Sorry, I'm crunching on... Oh, my teeth broke. Hello. Neck. There we go. Hello, my name is Sun. I'm crunching on a little lozenge because it took a little bit longer to eat than I thought it would. It's me! Despite everything, it's still you. Oh, thank you. It's a little bit dark in here now. Bailiff, turn on the lights. Thank you for getting the lights there. Hello everyone. Today is going to be a fairly short case. The first cases are always a little bit short. Oh, thank you for the updated autopsy report. Don't mind that the autopsy report is a little bit scuffed. I made it like half an hour ago, and I don't know how to fix it. Any mistakes we see on it, we ignore, right? Anyway. Yeah, so the first case in all of the games are always fairly short. So I tried previously to combine them with the next case. My mistake was, at the time, I didn't know how long each case would take me to read. Now I know roughly the time estimates for how long each case is gonna take me. I can't really do the first two cases together, because that would be about 12 hours of gameplay, continuous, not including breaks. Oh yeah, let's go, making assets half an hour before stream, yeah! Oh my. So today will be sort of the length of my average streams, but shorter than I would like a, Ace Attorney stream to be. So we're gonna go finish up the case, and we're just gonna chill out for a little bit longer. Is that okay? Is that okay with you guys? But yes, we're gonna... Here we go. We're gonna chill out while I figure out what menus. Why is this whole screen boxed? I might be having some technical issues. Oh, let me like go into studio mode and make sure I'm not gonna like... That's a little funky. Fix that. Close that. Open this. There we go. A little scuff behind the scene. But Sam, what do you think of that merch idea? Oh, the old hoodie? I've thought about it. It would be... I don't know. I would have to see. It wouldn't be that hard, really, but I think it would be a bit plain for a merch item. But if you guys really want it, then I can make it one. I do have a new merch line planned. I have actually... So, lack of promotion aside, I do have a plan to release a merch line towards the end of this month. And I'm holding an event next week. Are you guys cool with that if I hold like a week-long event next week? I have no plans. I just want an excuse to finally do my fun little corruption stream the week of Valentine's. Yeah. Originally this was gonna be in November, right after Halloween, but I didn't have the time to work on anything I wanted to. I still didn't, so I kind of dropped all that. I've decided 2024 is going to be the year of unbothered. That's what Petra calls it. The year of unbothered, which is, you know, stop putting off the work because you're worried about the quality of it. Just get it done. Even if it's rough, even if you're not happy with it, you're probably not going to be happy with it later. But you're definitely not going to be happy if you never finish it. So get it done, stupid, you dumb little baby idiot. Get it done. Be unbothered. Finish it like no one's watching. But then show it off to everyone, because you should be proud that you got something done, you know? So I have my model. It's not as finished as I would like, but it's better than never finishing it, you know? So I'm gonna do my best with that. Yeah, that's about it, really. But no matter what, your art is always amazing, and I hope everyone else who's pursuing any sort of endeavor thinks the same. And as long as you put the effort in, people will see its value. Anyway. Hey, let me go back to this screen so I don't just... Also, don't mind the bar at the bottom. I neglected to count the initial resubs that you guys did because I forgot that I streamed on the 1st, which does count towards the total. So I just kind of... So, those are counted. They're just not in the bar, but the total has been lowered because they're tacked on to the end. Because I can't edit the bar once I start the goal. But I did increase the goal. Well, I increased your reward for the goal. Now, instead of just 1 piece of art, you get 3 old arts from the late 2000s. From my very first digital arts. You don't just get 1, you get a price for 3. And each month, I'm gonna basically provide a unique reward for you guys, because I like doing stuff. So who knows, I might do free art giveaway, free 3D model giveaway, who knows. But it will only happen if we reach the sub points for each month. And this month, we gotta at least get to the 95 sub points. Exclamation point plus. If you want to find out more about that, I should put that here. Exclamation point plus. X. Face is there. I need to perceive old sun art. I would say, when I look at it, granted, it's not that bad. It's definitely, ooh, baby's first digital art. For someone who has been drawing for a long time, you know, I drew a lot on lined paper. I had like gel pens and pencils and crayons. I drew a lot. Not great. I was definitely the art kid in school. But it was like bad anime. Somewhere between like cartoonish and anime. So I look at it and go, you know, not bad. I could see details. I could see what you were doing here. I had a great eye for detail. Execution, not so much. So, you know, if we reach this goal, we get to dunk my old art by the end of the month. And if we don't reach the goal, I get to lock it away and cringe at myself forever. That's the ultimatum. That's what we have. By the way, it is going to be, I said a shorter stream. This is going to be roughly a 3-hour gameplay stream. We're going to have our break, and then we're going to chill out for afterwards. No, I need to see. We gotta tell your friends, gotta tell the other people in here to resub. Because gift subs don't count. Yeah, you have to resub. And if someone would rather, you know, have gifted me, like, 5 gifted, as people are tend to do, it's worthwhile that they, you know, resub it tier 3, because you get more points that way. Yeah, so we're gonna have a break once we finish today's case. Yeah, and then we're just gonna vibe. I don't know, we're gonna draw? Maybe we'll work on our game later? Son, I wanted to pop in and say, how dare you send that stream notification? What's wrong? What's wrong, T-dubs? You don't like Throwback Thursday? In our Trials and Tribulations game? That takes place? I guess it's not spoilers, because it's gonna do it right off the bat. But this is a flashback case. We're going way, way back. Not that far back, but quite a few years back from where the game is currently. Slowly but surely. Actually, when does the last game take place? I feel like it's a lot closer to what today's year is. I don't remember how it's been 10 years since I was in high school. I was also in high school 10 years ago. 10 years in the past. Ew, it's 10 years? I don't like that. Spirit of justice takes place when D. Spirit of justice. Okay, so the future games actually take place a little bit in the future. Boo! Past passing of time. Boo. Do you feel old yet? Oh my god. I think Square Enix recently released like official Kingdom Hearts pajamas, and I want them so bad because they're like these cute fuzzy pajamas, and they have one for like I think it's Kingdom Hearts 3, Sora, Riku, and Kairi. But they also have King Mickey, but it's his organization coat. So it's a coat with Mickey Mouse ears, and it just says King Mickey on the back. And I sent it to people going, I need to wear this and roll up to the sleepover going, did somebody say the door to darkness? I need to do that. How could I not? But they're so expensive. So if I'm gonna spend the money, if I'm gonna spend over like $100 on pajamas, is it gonna be the fuzzy King Mickey Organization 13 cosplay, or is it gonna be the cute Riku pajamas? Somebody reminded me today of how old I'm turning in a month, and I was like, please don't. Please, stop. I'm not gonna say how old I was, because I'll make people feel old. You know, absolutely no, you don't have to. Actually, I discourage actually saying how old people are in chat sometimes, because is that technically against Twitch TOS, I think. That's fine. You know, 10 years ago, Blockbuster went out of business? Really? Why do I feel like it was longer than that? There are some things that I feel like took place a lot earlier than I think they did. Like, I never owned an Xbox myself. So whenever there's, like, game trivia of, like, oh, when did this game come out on the Xbox? I'm like, I don't know when the Xbox came out. I miss Blockbuster. I really didn't use Blockbuster that much, I feel like. I wasn't like a huge like rent movie person. I was definitely of the if I need to see this movie or show, I have to keep it because I'm gonna watch it like 5 times over. I can't rent it. 2014 was the official last year they were doing in business. Interesting. I feel like I missed out. I really wasn't. Well, me growing up in the community that I did wasn't really much of like a going out culture of like, oh yeah, like hanging out, renting, going to the Blockbuster. Not that there was one near me anyway, so that might be part of it. I am going out this weekend for multiple purposes. Because I have a huge movie collection, like 300 plus movies. I had like a small collection, but they were ones that I would watch on repeat. I probably watched like, God, I replayed like the first season of Pokemon. What is it? It's not Viridian City, was it? No, what is it? The Indigo Plateau? What's like the first season of Pokemon called? Like the very first. I don't remember, but I had like the VHS set of it, and I would watch just those in succession. Is it Indigo League? Okay. Yeah, I would just watch those in succession, like, every day when I was a kid. I learned how to... I didn't have the patience. I didn't have the patience to rewind the episodes after I watched it. So I would, you know, watch through the series, and then when I wanted to watch it again, I had to rewind each episode. So I would like close my eyes while rewinding, like that was gonna spoil me on what happened in the episode. It would take away from my serotonin for the day. I had a bigger PS2 collection than CD. However, I got a box of VHSs. VHSs? DVDs? I had a bunch of PS2 games. I had a bunch of N64 games too. Didn't they come out in like 98 or 96? Well, I hope not 96, because 96 is when the games came out in Japan. not even in English. So probably closer to 98, if not later. I know that I'm about as old as the game series is. I used to not try to reveal this because I wasn't telling my age before, but I'm giving a loose idea of how old I am. I don't know a world that exists without Pokemon. Technically. I think I'm older than the game is in like the English release, but like in the original like OG drop of it in Japan, like it was out there. That's how I like to compare my age, is picking things that came out around the same age as me. So that way, when I celebrate the anniversary of those things, okay, US 98, Japan is 96. And that is for the games, not like the anime. I'll tell you what, little son, definitely had his first Pokemon game way too young, because my first Pokemon game was Yellow, I think. That might have been like my first video game period. No, that can't be it. That's the first game that I really remember playing that was like my own and not like, oh, like my family also plays this with me. But, you can definitely tell I wasn't like cognizant enough to be playing video games, because the player, Red, is named after me, but then my rival is also the same name. So I clearly had this thought process of, oh, it wants me to spell my name. Here's my name. Oh, it wants another name? I'll just put the same name in. I also never finished it. I absolutely could tell you that I stopped the SSN because I found it again. Like, I found my old Game Boy again, like, some years ago. And I was, like, still stuck on the ship. We are one and the same. The series, they both came out around the same time. Oh, okay. So, like, they were much closer together. I remember on TV when the news were doing reports of Pokemon at school, and all the grown-ups was like, this is just a phase. In 1 month, we'll forget about it. I think Yellow was the second video game I ever owned. I can't tell you what games I really played first. Yellow is the first one I say it is, because that's like the one that I had like my own save file on. But like I know I've definitely played some part of, if not watched my father play, like Ocarina of Time and like other sort of N64 games that weren't like party games. Like, what would you call it? I guess like solo games, narrative games. You know, I learned video games on Kingdom Hearts. However, you jump with the right button. I had to relearn how to properly jump in video games. It's so fascinating to me because I basically grew up on video games, right? I'm sure like a lot of people did. But my best friend, who is the same age as me, did not. They are getting into video games like very recently, like within the last few years, like around the start of the Panini, when like, you know, the Switch was getting popular with like Animal Crossing and stuff. Not to say that they didn't play like Mario Kart or like Just Dance, like those sort of party games, but like really like RPG games they just started getting into. Like they bought like Breath of the Wild, or they brought Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild actually. And they actually finished the game before I did. They bought Baldur's Gate even. So like watching them be like, yeah, I didn't know that you had to do this to do this in the game. And in my mind, I'm going, wow, that's like such an intuitive thing in a video game that I probably would have figured out eventually, you know? Like, oh, like, can I do this in this game? Like, the skill set kind of carries over sometimes when you are a gamer. You're like, there has to be a jump, or there should be a jump, there should be like a menu button, there should be this and this. But like watching my friends, actually a couple of my friends, like they bought like the new Kirby game that was on the Switch, that sort of stuff. Like seeing them play that is so fascinating. Because like, I don't know, seeing them explore. If you're the same age as Pokemon, that makes you a Zoomer. I'm freshly right between being a Zoomer and a Millennial. I'm in the debatable years. What do we call that? Zillennial? That's what I am. Yeah. When I made a text-based adventure game, watching the different thought process between being gaming friends and non-gaming friends play was really interesting. I actually took a course on game development. Like game development, tabletop games, that sort of thing, exploring game systems. And so part of our, you know, like homework for that course was, you know, making a mock one and then like playtesting it. And I thought like, oh, this is so straightforward. So I made a system, but every time I introduced it to like a new set of my friends, they played it so differently. and they're like, imagine like a sandbox type game, and my premise was like, oh, you're like a god, you can do whatever you want. You want to like gain worshippers, so how do you do it? And really the gameplay from my friends ranged from like, oh, like starting wars and commanding whole villages, to I turn into a small frog and I'm going to charm this one villager into by doing a little dance. And I'm like, that's cool, but you need like 100 villagers to get like 1 point. And they're like, I got work to do. So it's so interesting to see how, like, when things are more open-ended, how people think, you know? Son, you're part of the council, but we do not allow you the rank of master person. I want to start opening a godly bakery. That could be a webtoon. But yeah, because like I made like the game thinking, oh, that's so obvious. People will want to, you know, do like whole villages at a time to perform like acts of miracles and stuff like that. So like thousands and thousands of people will worship this god. And then a lot of, surprisingly, like a good amount of my friends, oh, there we go. A bit of a weird lag. Like a good chunk of my friends were like, yeah, I'm gonna do this like one at a time. And I'm like, you could do like more stuff. Thank you. I mean, I am cute. I'm like, you could do cooler stuff. And like, no, I want to do it this way. I could not imagine being like a GM or something for a game where people think very differently. Because I don't want to tell people, no, like, I don't want you to play like that. I want you to play this way in like a sort of open world game, you know? Which is why I don't think I'd be very good at game dev. I think I would like the development part, but actually making like a concise game doesn't seem so great. Hey, let me check. I thought you and Bella were the same age. Talking about game dev in here? Yeah, I'm talking about how bad of a game dev I am. I've been lucky because it seems one of my skills as DM is be able to coerce players into doing the intended action without me ever having to pressure them. I like leaving people to do whatever they want, because I think what other people can think of is always going to be more creative than what I can come up with, you know? That's why when I come up with fun ideas, I want to run them by you guys, because like you guys will come up with, you know, my chat will come up with like fun names and puns and ideas, and even if I don't accept them, even if I'm like, ooh, you know, that doesn't quite hit, but I still think they're good, you know, like when we were working our detective game before. It doesn't translate well into video game development. Yeah, there's all sorts. I can see you in a coffee shop game, for real. Is he making a coffee shop game? Maybe. I think there's an oversaturation currently of like chill games. Sun gives me a cozy game dev person. Thank you. I thought about it. I thought about going into game dev, but there's a lot more like technical stuff that goes into it. Force is probably the wrong word. I mean, like, they come up with a plan, and the plan is what I wanted them to do. No, that makes sense. That made sense. Hi, Petois. Hi, Petois. Thanks for the yaoi and the trash. You want me to put the yaoi in the trash? But I have to finish it first. Hi. So, you guys follow Petra? Should I shout out Petra? Shout out. Yeah. There. Follow my cousin. I love her very much. Like you're just surrounded by plushies while making a game. Oh, that's like a typical coder, right? And Petra changed. Yeah, Petra went through a name change. Now she can incorporate more pink into her theme. Oof. Is my phone not charging? It's not charging. That's not good. there we go. Woo! New Year! Lunar New Year! Yeah, that's right! After stream, I gotta finish up my Lunar New Year drawing. Hi, Helicard! Enjoy your lurk. Vibe sub this savage. Vibe sub this savage Petra. You imagine me as like a cozy gamer on like my little laptop coding something surrounded by plushies? Are those like my little rubber ducks that explain the code to them? Listen, I'm gonna try to make a game this year. We're gonna try to make something, you know? We're making our detective game. I wanna make a silly little gotcha game. I gotta learn how to code, but I got a lot of friends who know how to code that I can ask. We got the resources. The hot coffee full of marshmallow. Oh, that sounds so good. Do you think... I thought about, like, getting fluff recently. Like, the marshmallow cream. And, like, toasting it on my mug. But I don't have, like, a torch. I got, like, a really intense, like, candle torch. Always in PJs, Dev? I am always in PJs. That's very true. Whoa! Vulture, thank you. Thanks for gifting us up to Petra. I will say... I think gift subs don't count towards the points. I can't really control that in this bar. I can't tell it not to count gift subs. Why did that count? Because it's technically just sub points. There's really nothing... I'm not a partner, so thank you for the updated autopsy report. Because I'm not a partner, I really don't have a way to count how many plus points I have. Whoa. Oh, I'm all the way over here. Meta, thank you so much for giving us something, Baba. I guess we're going in like this, huh? If you start out with an engine, you can get away with a surprising amount without knowing code, as long as you can grasp the logic. Yeah! I just gotta learn the UI. That's really the basis of it, I guess. Doesn't matter, it's just a shame that Petra didn't have a sub. I appreciate it a lot. And for anyone who wasn't here before, I am incentivizing to go for the Plus program, which affiliates can start working up towards, because I think it starts in April or May. So if I get 100 sub points, not from gifts, so they have to be subs or resubs directly, I can get 100 points and I'll give you stuff. This month, I'm incentivizing for 100 sub points or resub points that you get to see my old art from the 2000s. My very first digital art. I'll have to do something about the counter. I'll try to find a better counter. There really isn't one. There's like things that I can kind of cheese with it. It took me a solid second to realize that our Petra has a slightly different name. Yeah. Mods and VIPs should do the... Mods at least. Like, VIP is debatable, you know? But mods should definitely not see ads. I feel like for various reasons. Alright. I've been procrastinating enough. Also, let me incentivize hype trains. Even though I did say that gift subs I want to discourage because they take away from the plus points. I'm gonna do a merch preview. I'm gonna release like one piece of merch for every high, like 3+ hype train. Yeah, mods can be a little hindering in mod duties. And procrastinating there is pro. So yeah, I think I got everything I wanted to say. Next week, we're doing a silly event for the week. What are we doing? You find out. I'm also gonna find out. And then, yeah, that's kind of it. I think that's the chunk of it. All right. Let me... Merch! Yeah. Ooh. Leveled up, I got bigger. Oh, thank you so much for the bits. Oh, there we go. I'm being buried in them. Oh no. Uh-oh. Well, this is it. Thank you so much for the bits. Is it a Valentine's thingy? Kind of. You guys wanna... Ooh, Meta!
It's so sad that Steve Jobs died of ligma.
Who the hell is Steve Jobs?
Ligma balls.
Meta, thank you so much for investing into the Fox Talks. I'd like for it to be Valentine's themed. I'll figure out the exact details of how I'll make it Valentine's themed, but consider that it's you guys spending channel points to give me gifts. How about that? Perish. Yeah, if you guys finish level 3, I'll give you a preview. What was that added? All of the... I think it's like 500. All of the 500 bit donations are a random Sonic dub. I need to add more. But yeah, 500 bits is a random Sonic dub. My favorite one is... Tell me a word that starts with a G that's pronounced like a J. Gentrification, that kind of stuff. That's all from 500 bits. Or the... You're a beta male, Sonic. Ugh. Okay. We're gonna switch over scenes. Oh, cool. Everything's disconnected. I love that. Because my model changed. Hold on, I gotta... Huh. I can put away this tablet, which is here. There I am. Have you seen the name for the next Sonic game? I haven't seen the name. Wait, for the next Sonic game? Oh, aren't they making a Shadow movie? That's not... I fucked up. Options. Title screen. It's Sonic X Shadow? That is not the name. No, oh, you know what? That contextualizes a lot of memes I've been seeing lately. I love the cruelly drawn tablet, yeah. Google searches are ruined forever. Did they not do like an SEO check? Did they not try to see if that, you know? There's no way. Ugh. Oh, I want to start a new game. That's what I have to do. You guys are going to watch me start a new game. Okay. Yay! Play this game. Yeah. Here we are. Are you guys ready? Now I'm just gonna think about Shadow X Sonic. Or was it Sonic X Shadow? Sonic's on top. We're just gonna go into this. We didn't see the preview for this yet. Huff. How did I get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? That girl. You shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that. It wasn't me. I didn't... I didn't do it. "5 years earlier. Mia Fey, second trial. Thank you guys so much for the level 2 hype train. Welcome to 2014. Ooh. And don't, is that right? Who knows? I don't know who that is. Phew, it's finally time. I'm kind of nervous. Ahem. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, good morning. This is the future. This is the future, technically. When did this game come out, actually? Before we continue, when did Trials and Tribulations actually release? Wow, sure glad the world didn't end 2 years ago. Let's see. Oh, Ace Attorney. This game came out in 2004, so this is like 10 years in the future for them. Yesterday, since it's 2024, duh. Wow, yeah, we're 10 years in the future from then. We're actually 20 years from when this game came out, incidentally. I didn't mean for that. But what a coincidence. Mr. Grossberg, good morning. Mia, please calm yourself down. You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know. What are you talking about? I'm relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me. I'm relaxed.
Let go of my lapples. You obviously haven't gotten the temperament to be a lawyer.
I'm so sorry. It's just that I'm so nervous today.
Oh, that's right. This is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never fear, my dear. I, Marvin Grossberg, am at your service.
Actually, this is my second time in court.
Still, you surprised me. What, with your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case, you suddenly said, and quite forcefully, too.
I just found out yesterday. About the case, I mean.
What? And you've already learned all the relevant facts?
Well, about that, you see... I mean, of course I have, I think.
Oh dear.
We're doing great. We're doing fine. Wouldn't this be the hit Vine time? Vine was not... Oh, 2014? Then yes. Can't wait for someone to say yeet in the courtroom documents. You're gonna see something. Let me tell you, you're gonna see something in here. Oh, they added the hoverboard that we currently use in our current time. It might be this case, actually, that it comes up if Grossberg is here.
In any case, don't let your client see you're so nervous. You see the poor young man in that pink sweater over there? That's our client.
Good morning there, everybody. What voice am I gonna give younger Phoenix? I don't know anything about this game, so if anything, I'm sorry. Oh, that's absolutely fine. Actually, you're bringing up a point that I did forget. Because there are some translated references that are very dated in this game. Good morning. Try to keep smiling, Mia. I just want to say, I'll give it all I got. Yep, I'll be fine. No prob. He's so sick. Her boy is so sick. Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Rye? Actually, it's right. Like the Flying Brothers. People screw it up all the time. And yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. My doc says this way, I won't give anyone else... give it to anyone else. Be kind to others, he says. Right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today. If you are truly innocent, I promise I will save you. Please, let go of my shirt. That's right, he's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. I like his shirt. It's a sweater. It must be like... It says April. He must be so warm right now. Sniffer, he about to sneeze. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. I'm still pretty new at this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. But the trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never set a foot in another courtroom. It's been 1 year since then, and, well, here I am again. But this time I'm going to win. For my client, and for myself. What do you think, guys? Do we get our client guilty or not guilty? do we get him a guilty sentence and never see him again? Guilty? You think he did it? April 11th.
Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense today is Miss Mia Fey, was it?
Right is not always right. Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem? It's paradox time.
I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg was to be leading the defense.
Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency.
Emergency? But isn't that him standing right there next to you?
Yes, well...
You're just a rookie. Are you sure you could really handle this?
Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Of course, Your Honor. I think.
Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please.
Well, well, well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer. Don't worry, little girl. It'll all be over soon. What was that all about? Was he trying to trash talk me? Now then, I'd like to proceed with a summary of events on the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology. Pharmacology. I want to say pharmacology. Like pharmacy. But it has to be pharmacology, right? Ayo?
Feels like he was a very bright young man.
Yes, well, next we have a photo taken at the scene of the crime. Students discovered the scenes shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body. And the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway, they then called the police.
That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Very well. The court accepts this photo into the record as evidence.
Crime photo 1 added to the court record.
By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo.
Your reputation for sagacity... Sagacity? Sagacity? Sagacity is well earned, Your Honor. The truth is that this victim died a rather unusual death. An unusual death?
What do you mean, Mr. Payne?
Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question. Uh-huh. A simple question. I thought I might loosen you up a bit. I am a genteel man, if you will. What? Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of. They still take black and white photos in 2014. There's quite a few black and white photos, really, in this series. When I really think about it. Listen, it's... They had color photos. I'm sure it's just through math. What if everything was actually gray back then, you know?
Perfect opportunity. What was it? Well, what was it? The cause? Go on. Please say you know at least this much.
I'm so sorry. I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file.
My hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Now see here. The details of the case are filed under the court record. You knew that already, didn't you?
The court record. I think I could see that by pressing tab.
All of the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Take a good hard look at the data there and think carefully before you answer, my dear.
Yes, sir. I'll do just that. I've got to stay calm. I can't let that prosecutor get the better of me. Court record. Okay, let's take a look. Just press tab here. Proof my profession. The first time and last time I wore it was a year ago. Dog's autopsy report. Date and time of death. 4/9 at 3 p.m. This was already like 2 days ago. Cause of death was a fatal electric shock. Crime photo. Ooh. Thank you for presenting your badge. And I will hydrate. Alright. Here's, Phoenix Wright, my client, a third-year art student at Ivy University. He currently has a cold. He's an art student. Doug Swallow, the victim. He's a fourth-year pharmacology student at Ivy University. Oh.
Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death?
Asphyxiation, electrocution, hypothermia. Would we actually, if we just happen to not know electric shock, I guess that's the most obvious, right? But what if we didn't know what the other two were? This story feels familiar to some artists I know. An electric gun! According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution.
Electrocution? But how could such a thing happen? Did the murderer use some sort of new, super powerful stun gun, perhaps?
An electric gun! The answer to that will become crystal clear as this trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there's one more vital issue. What's that? Why, motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant.
Bad blood?
What do you mean? Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this. I really don't like this guy's smug attitude.
That's Winston Payne for you. He is one smooth operator, if you catch my drift. They don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? This time, I would like to see some supporting evidence.
Evidence?
No need to get worked up over this. As I said, all our weapons can be found in our court record.
Ooh. Spook, hi!
Thank you, Prince Offspook, for the incredible 19 months of support. Yours a Fox Gem, yours a Fox Gem, yours a Fox Gem. Your message fills the air with a groovy rhythm. Let's jam together and create some Fox.
Ooh, foxy fun in there, huh? Thank you so much for being a good egg. We're looking for evidence. We gotta find the bad blood between the murder victim and our client. Hope you're doing good. Hope everyone in chat's doing good.
Find the evidence you need and shove it in old Greybeard's face.
Yes, sir. Into old Greybeard's face.
Mr. Grossberg, try to set a better example for the young lady. Evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People's profiles are as well. Okay, job hunting is getting me, but I'm taking it one day at a time. Yeah! You know, take care of yourself. You know, give yourself the time you need. You can toggle between profiles and evidence with tabs, so make sure to go over it all. Now then, let's see what you've got. I'm giving Grossberg and the judge too similar of a voice. Oh, thank you for the owie. Thank you for the owie. Thank you. What was the cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim? let's see. We have Phoenix. We have Doug. And we have, Dahlia Hawthorne, age 20, Phoenix Wright's girlfriend. Dated the victim Doug Swallow up until 8 months ago. Triple yowie beat. The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here.
Dahlia Hawthorne, is it?
Very good, Miss Faye. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, she had some part to play in this story.
Ah, he's done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he already got the judge thinking like he wants. Well then, Mr. Payne, please call your first witness.
If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Faye?
It's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? The defense has no objection.
Very well. Court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes. My name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect. No, he means what did you do before you were arrested?
Oh, achoo! Achoo! I was a university student.
Mr. Wright?
You understand that you were suspected in the death of a fellow student, Doug Swallow.
But I didn't do it. I'm innocent, and I tell you.
I'm telling you I was... Achoo!
Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his cold to the rest of us?
Now, this implies that Grossberg has lost the pain before, despite objectively being the worst prosecutor in the series. It makes you wonder, because the whole thing, right, about this series is that defense prosecutors in this world are, like, kind of nothing. They're kind of, like, really bad, and it's mostly because a lot of the prosecutors are such powerhouses, you know? They really don't hold up a lot, which is why we're such, like, I say we, as, like, Phoenix Wright, are such, like, a huge deal, because we're doing so well when normally defense lawyers don't. This is something that does get brought up later. It seems the witness has something he wants to say.
Well then, Mr. Wright, please tell us about your relation to the victim.
Right away, Your Honor. I admit that I was there, but I'm not a killer, and all I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe.
I see. So you hardly knew the victim.
Right, like I said, I'm not a killer. I don't know, that's something a killer would say. Yeah, it looks like the judge understands.
You're being naive, you know. Too naive.
Huh? It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady. And that would be... this witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination. Cross-examination?
He's right, and it's the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if a witness's testimony contains any contradictions.
Contradictions? Well, beats my man, beats Payne first time with some pretty effed up circumstances. So he's a pro with screwing Payne.
I'll allow that.
I hate how he fondles his hair. Yeah, he's just, you know, spending some quality time with his hair. He's clearly very well taken care of.
If a witness is lying, their statements will conflict with the court record.
But Mr. Wright is my client.
Even if he is your client, in a court, all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, that is your duty, you see.
What does he mean by that? Is he saying the testimony just now
That there was a lie? A contradiction? Funny hair go boing.
Now then, your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Faye.
Be a shame if something were to happen to it.
Pain Hater Club unite. Fuck that man, his stupid brother, and his ancestors. It's a long line.
Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you?
What do we think? Oh boy, do I have some good news for you about literally almost every pain case. I admit I was there.
I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never talked to that stuck-up British wannabe.
Now, this is a bit of an odd sentence, wouldn't we say?
Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with.
That's right. I mean, why would I even...
But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say that the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe?
Achoo!
Well, Mr. Wright?
No, it wasn't me. I'm not a killer, I swear. Mr. Wright, I will give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe?
Yes, well...
he was always walking around with this huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Ooh, isn't that like a sort of design that's like... I don't know. I remember there being that era. Like sort of like the like British flag on people's stuff, like British actors being popular, which they still are, but I definitely remember this era. This game predicted it. Let's see. You have a photo. What do we think? How clear is that Union Jack on the jacket? Hmm? It does ring a bell. It was such an interesting thing. I definitely had a friend who went through that. Are you certain you saw this Union Jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. Miss Faye, is there some point to this line of questioning? Union jacket. I had some Union Jack clothes just cause, well, they were cheap. I just got them from like some store on like a bulk sale. But I had some shirts that had like the Union Jack on them for no reason.
Your Honor, please take another look at this crime scene photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back.
Hey, wait a minute! He's wearing a leather jacket.
The Union Jack was on the back of his t-shirt he was wearing. I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You'd have no idea what he was wearing underneath the jacket. Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me.
Please forgive me! Mia, you've made our client cry.
Let him. The pianist's chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyways. I can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong. That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. Did I go too far? By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it? Yeah, I took some, but... What's the medicine that you took over-the-counter brand? Called Cold Killer X? Yeah, that's right. It kills cold good. Hey, poor baby man. Hey, wait a second. How did you know that I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X?
Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now? He lied in front of the court. Plinko this man! Bailiff, throw him into the Plinko machine. Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere. You lost it? Does this even have anything to do with the case? Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now? Huh? Your Honor, I'd like to have you take another look at the photo from the crime scene. What's this? In the victim's hand, it's Cold Killer X. Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to. Especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it. What? Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up this bottle of medicine, dropped by Mr. Wright and hidden in his hand. His purpose in doing this can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright. I can't believe Phoenix did it. Order in the court. Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo as bottle as evidence. Very well. The court will accept them into the record. Crime photo 2 added to the court record. Cold Killer X added to the court record. Also, the victim's wristwatch is broken. Broken? Yes, it ceased functioning when a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have some kind of explanation for all this? This is really bad. Oh, my buttocks. My poor hemorrhoids. The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. We talked for a bit, and then around 3 we split up. Then later when I went back, I found him lying there. I've been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days, but I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously. Achoo! I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid he wouldn't believe the truth. You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible. Miss Fay, please begin your cross-examination. Oh, please, Mr. Wright, don't tell any more lies. The truth is, I went because he called me. Have you ever met the victim before then? No, never. But that day, he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dolly. And this Dolly person is... it's kind of embarrassing. She's my, sweetheart. Aw, it's Phoenix's sweetheart. Just around time for Valentine's Day, actually. Around the time we're streaming. Ooh, what was that for, Mia? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden. Dahlia Hawthorne was also the lover of the murder victim, Doug Swallow. Before she met Mr. Wright, that is. It was one of those nasty love triangles, I see. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet 2:45 behind that building. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated that you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, we were both there right on time. You said the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct? Yeah, he was studying how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU. An alchemist, I see. I gotta admit, it was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. Oh, how fascinating. Sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man. What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for more details? So you're absolutely certain that you met at 2:45? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That's the time class ends. But they're always doing experiments, so it doesn't matter much. Experiments? Yeah, those pharmacology guys are always in the lab whipping up something. Well, it looks like he's right about the time anyway. Witness, let's go on with your testimony. We talked for a bit, and then around 3 o'clock we split up. I think I want to go, with the other line of questioning. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department. Well, okay, sure. I don't know all that much, though. A little bit earlier, in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high-voltage electricity. That's right, and they sure do look dangerous. They use non-standard voltages, so there are high-voltage cables everywhere. High-voltage cables? Yeah, there were electrical poles set up all around the building. The high-voltage cables run overhead around the roof. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. We talked about, then at around 3, we split up. Later, when I went back, I found him lying there. So you say he went back? Yeah, that's where I found the body. Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry with him? Oh, well, that's right, I was. Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back there? I thought maybe we could make up. Achoo! Man, I love Phoenix. Even when faced with the ex of his sweetheart, he goes, "Yeah, but I thought we could make up." By the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one's buying this. I believe it. I believe Phoenix is capable of that. I've been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 to 3 days. I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the same day of the accident. On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat lunch with Dolly. Just the two of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious. Ouch! Why did you punch me in the jaw? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. I think that's enough for now. The defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death. And then the defendant returned to the scene of the crime for some unknown reason. I'm not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle either. Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted. What do you mean? I knew it was too much work for a little girl. However, there's one mystery that still remains. There is, Your Honor? How the murder was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim electrocuted? I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct? Well, that is... You are correct, Your Honor. So, how exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. What do we have? Well, we got something. Your Honor? Yes, Miss Faye? I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died. That would be most impressive. Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of the court, yes? An attorney must be able to substantiate their arguments with evidence. Of course I know that. Actually, I'd totally forgotten about that. Now then, Miss Faye, let's see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted. Actually, I didn't really check this. Okay. As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well. What? But there's nothing that even remotely resembles a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Miss Faye, where exactly in this photo is the murder weapon?
Why, it is obviously right here. Well, naturally, it's right here.
What is that?
A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard. The machines the pharmacology students use in their experiments require a high voltage. Because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere.
So then, the high voltage cable?
Yes, the high voltage cable is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation.
That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this?
Well, I believe some praise is in order. Don't toy with me, old man. Now, the victim's cause of death may have been indeed a high voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as a murder weapon was... the defendant. Achoo!
That much is certainly true.
Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that will establish that Mr. Wright was the murderer.
You do? Well, what is it?
His fingerprints.
Fingerprints? You mean the defendant's, fingerprints were on the bottle, something besides the medicine bottle?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket. And as you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well. You mean... Yes, it was quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand. He pushed him.
What?
I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder, he squarely pushed the victim towards the severed electrical cable. Phoenix, how could you?
Order! That's enough. I think we can conclude that there is no reason to continue with this cross-examination. Stick a fork in us, we're done.
Mr. Grossberg!
My hemorrhoids never lie. The show is over, Mia. I knew that boy was guilty from the first time I saw him.
No, you're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent.
No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt.
Your Honor.
At this time, I am prepared to render a verdict in this case. Do you have something further to add, Miss Faye?
Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth, the whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. But I can't. I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be... It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Miss Faye, no matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you, and I'll represent you to the very end. Oh, yeah, look at our baby-faced Phoenix. How old is he here? He's like... If it was like 5 years ago, he's like 17, 18 right now, right? Oh, he's 21. Wait, why did it say 5 years ago? Oh, wait, that means that the game currently takes place in like 2018, 2019 then. We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything. Wait a minute. Mr. Wright, I'll tell you what really happened. I've already told you, Mr. Wright. There's no need to further... I did it. I admit it. I pushed him. It's my fault. My fault that Doug Swallow is dead.
I like this music. Girl, you shouldn't see her anymore.
Hey, it's none of your business.
I'm telling you this for your sake. If you continue to see her, there's gonna be bad news. Should I be speaking like a British accent? Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. I don't know how to do a British accent.
Stop it! Don't talk about her like that. Ah, whoa! One hand?
What you just said, was that the truth?
Yes, I was afraid. Afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure.
Well, as things currently stand, we're all absolutely convinced you are.
Please. Please give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the whole truth. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Won't it, Miss Faye? I believe in you. Oh, thank you. Still can't believe it. You really did push the victim.
It feels like my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem Shake.
That's it. That's what's dating this game, huh? The Harlem Shake. When I pushed the victim. That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little after a little while after I left, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there, dead. Well, that explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. He died from the shock, and that, as they say, is that.
Simple explanation indeed.
At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. Went for the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted. But when I pushed him, there weren't any electrical cables nearby. If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it. That's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't miss that.
Miss Faye, let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without delay. Are we clear on that?
Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it. We'll get you a not guilty verdict, Phoenix. The guy was talking bad about Dolly. So, what kind of things did Mr. Swallow say to you? He said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl.
Is that all?
Yep.
Well, Miss Faye, you heard him yourself.
Oh boy, we aren't doing you are not doing yourself any favors here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it already is.
Anyway, after he said that, I
lost my temper and gave him a shove. The moment I heard some kind of loud noise. While I left, I started to get worried. What was the loud noise? A loud noise? What would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright?
I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like, snap! You know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was.
Clearly, Your Honor. It was the sound of the victim being electrocuted. You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. More details. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important. So try to remember what it was. How do I put it? It was like a sharp crack. Aha! Could it have been... Yes? Could it have been? Hurry up and tell us. When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. Fell right on top of it, and it broke. That was probably the noise I heard. Umbrella, And did that umbrella belong to the victim? Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella. Cheap and frail. Kinda like the owner. Then again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone. Miss Faye. What do you think? Is there something important in that testimony just now? Well, of course it's important. This is it, Mia. This new information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important. It's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony. Ah, how perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer. The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add the bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony. After I shoved him, he fell down on top of his cheap umbrella. You sure about that? You sure about that? Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning? Come on, if I had mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution's arguments earlier. What do you mean by that? Take another look at the crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell down on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole. You're absolutely right. The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive. No! Order, order, order! The victim, he moved? Mr. Payne, the umbrella in this photo, where is it now? Well, it was collected by the police at the crime scene. I want to present it as evidence immediately. Umbrella added to the court record. Owned by the victim, found broken near an electrical pole at the crime scene. What? It's just one side of it's broken. That's not that bad. That's a usable umbrella. Kind of, depends. But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind. According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind. But I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render final judgment. Ow! I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown, been blown in the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony. Phoenix's testimony added to the court record. Well done, Mia. Hi, Kaido. Do you, Kaido, plead guilty to supporting the small fox boy for purposes of making him go hee-hee-hoo? And for when he goes wow when he's scared? Like, have you seen him? I don't think he's much for being a good egg. Did TTS break? It's just doing a hiccup sometimes. He's fine, probably. Welcome in, Kaido. Thank you so much for being a good egg. I love you. You. I broke Benny with too many words. That could be the case. I'm also realizing that I may have put up the wrong goal counter. We'll find out. I'll calculate it by hand if I must. Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about?
trying to scan right now in the middle of court? Pardon me, Your Honor. Yay! It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. I was foolish to think I could establish guilt through cross-examination alone. I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying. Let me guess. You have another witness. Exactly. And this witness's testimony will be incontrovertible. Well, who is this witness? Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean Dolly? I do, Your Honor. The defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing. That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place. What? It's Phoenix's sweetie. I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear. Ooh, so suave. Bad news? You couldn't have been more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this. I fumbled and hit the wrong redeem. You can't be serious. I did add a new redeem, which is probably why some of them feel a bit off today. I also forgot to turn something on. Ooh. Before I forget. There we go. Mia, what do you mean by that? I think this is a good point for us to stop at. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Ooh, that was like 2 hours in there. Miss Faye, I'm sorry about what happened back there. It's alright. At least you told us the truth at the end, Mr. Wright. Yeah. So I guess I could start to relax then, huh? Relax, my boy. You can't be serious after hiding such important facts. But the next witness is my Dolly, right? She'll save me. I just know she will. Why do you think that? What do you mean? She's the love of my life, that's why. The love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me more about you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? Sure, no problem. Dolly and I, we first met about 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse. Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer, on the side. Anyway, so he's an art major and law, like, minor? Oh, thank you for the updated autopsy report. One day, she and I just bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. As soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Oh, here, please take a look at this. Buh. What am I reading? His pee-pee fell off. Here's the paperwork. She gave it to me on the day we met as a symbol of our love. I'd been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, "I want you to carry this." I gave it to you as a present, I see. It started little bottles filled with memories of my darling little Dolly. It certainly is a little bottle, alright. It makes me so happy. I show it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness with the whole world. A small bottle's necklace given to Wright the day they met. He shows it to everyone. I love how that was like an important note. Anyway. So after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating? Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. What a strange girl, asking for a present like that. Asking for a present back like that. By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago, it wouldn't happen to have been on August 27th, would it? Huh? Yeah, it was. But how did you... What I just realized, why is Phoenix... God, I need to pay attention more. This is Phoenix! This is our client, Phoenix Wright. He's being accused of murder. He's just a college student. This happened on August 27th, right here in this courthouse. What's this? A newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse? Murder? What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh, I see. Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to say. I think I understand why you suddenly took such a keen interest in this case. Are we playing before Ace Attorney? We're playing Ace before Attorney? This is 5 years ago from the third game. Technically, it is, It's 2014 chronologically. The game takes place in, like, 2018, 2019. Yeah, this is the prequel. Our tutorial level is a prequel. Is that so cool? So we're playing as Mia on her second ever case as a lawyer. We're playing as Mia Fey right now. I feel the veins in my forehead thickening. You believe there's some connection between these two cases, am I correct? Newspaper clipping added to the court record. Article from 8/28, almost 8 months ago. Hope you don't mind. Oh, I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself. Ah, yes, but I'm afraid what you have will not be enough, my dear. I'll go and have a look at the downstairs reading room and see what else I can find. Thank you. I want to do whatever I can to be of help with you, Mia. Well, it looks like recess is about over. We'd better all get moving. I guess so. That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though. I want the origin of Phoenix's suit to be that he got it from this guy. Well, Marvin Grossberg, the guy in the red suit, is our mentor right now. But Phoenix doesn't meet Marvin as a lawyer until they meet in that one case in the first game. They don't meet until then. So they won't meet for like another 2 years after this. Phoenix is our mentee. Where am I saving? It's this one. When I came in, I was eating and I saw the dude with a P and a heart. I thought, okay, some weird superhero that was getting accused of public fuckery. But then I focused. I went, hey, he looks like Phoenix. I hate how uncaught up I am. We just started. This is the beginning of the first game. First case of the third game. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness. The next person is someone who has witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls for Miss Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand. Even butterflies. With a stiff silence. My long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many witnesses. My job to doubt, to take no one at their word. But in your case, I must admit, you radiate a glow of complete sincerity. I can't believe he actually said that. Even Mia's horny? What? Why? What makes you say that? Oh, now then, witness, could you please state your full name? Don't worry, sweetie, there's no need to be nervous. If anyone says something rude, you can be sure I'll cut them down right down to size. And I will bash them with my gavel. I love how they look straight at me when they say that.
Thank you for calming my nerves. You're all so nice. I almost feel right at home.
Let me know if me reading it out, like, very, wispy like that comes up in the microphone. Not at all. It was nothing. If we may move on now, what is your full name and occupation?
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine! No, the honor is all mine! Well, we know who those two milkshakes bring all- well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. God, this one game has so many cultural references for no reason. I hate how Payne's flicking his hair, his, like, big coif. They did not make that reference. They said, my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem Shake right now. That was a little bit earlier. This case freaked me out. When did this game get localized? When did, Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, English release date? I'm only lurking, but I have to say, that's twice now. I physically stopped to look over it out of sheer horror at my age. Let's see. Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations? So the original English release was initially in 2007. Does that line up with these references? When did, like, Milkshake... When did Milkshake come out? 2003. Okay. So it would have been, like, just the year after it came out. So it lines up with, like, the popularity of it. I didn't know how much of a year discrepancy there was.
Sir?
Is there anything I can help you with? You just go on and say whatever's on your mind.
I'm sure there must be some kind of mistake. Feeny wouldn't kill anyone. I just know it.
Yes, I can see why you'd say that. It's gonna be a tough witness, alright. I forgot that she calls Phoenix Feeny. I forgot about that. It only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear about what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please.
I've been planning to go back to Feeny's place after class was over. Feeny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. Then suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. That's when Feeny noticed that I was there. I went to go find some other students, and they called the authorities.
I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong. Young lady, as old as I am, even I recall how hot the flames of burning passion can burn. Nevertheless, it's my job to discover the truth. Please, tell us the truth.
But I would never.
That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue. What do you mean by that?
Please, just let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case with a bunch of paper-thin lies. You haven't changed a bit. Mia Fey?
What's this? So you two are acquainted?
Yes, we've met before, once.
In any case, Miss Fey, the floor is all yours.
It's good to see you again, Madam Fey.
Madam, I'm no one's grandma yet, girlie. I'm planning to go back to Feeney's place. Feeney? Feeney and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. And then suddenly, Dougie just got all wobbly and collapsed. That's weird. Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own? Yes. In other words, the defendant never touched the victim. Is that right? I was watching the whole time. Feeney never did a thing to Dougie. I press her for no good reason. I just know the judge will get angry with me. So what should I do about her testimony just now? I have a contradiction. Feeble lies are not very becoming, Miss Hawthorne, so let's drop them, shall we? Feeny. Oh god, it hurts. A Phoenix calls her Dolly, and then Dahlia calls Phoenix Feeny. But I would never. Miss Faye, I will not allow you to badger the witness. I believe the defense has engaged a fishing expedition. That is, she has no supporting... please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job. Now then, Miss Hawthorne. Pain, stop flicking your hair. It pains me. The defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It had already been shown that Mr. Wright did, in fact, push the victim. What? There's no need to try to cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth. There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell everything that you saw. Yes, Your Honor. I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony. Looks like we're finally getting somewhere. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. It didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either. So then, what did it look like they were doing to you? I thought they were having a nice friendly afternoon conversation. Oh, give me a break. That's why I really wasn't watching them all that closely. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? They were smooching. Honestly, you're in college, you get called out by an upperclassman to behind the building. What else would two guys be doing? One was in the art department, one was in pharmaceuticals. They got nothing else in common. No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge. Oh, I like the sound of that. Mr. Judge. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Hey, playing Beyblade? Jesus, son, you're so young? What? What about what I just said made me sound young? I went to go and find some other students, and they called the authorities. That's the end of it, and I don't want it to loop. Okay, we have... I didn't hear anything unusual. You say you didn't hear anything unusual, is that correct? Yes, that's why I was very relaxed. Everything, looking at the scenery around me. That's nice, but I find that just a little odd. Meet me out back. Draw CL. Kick your ass was basically about my about section back in college. I went to an art school. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise. He said that? If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well? Well, maybe the noise just wasn't all that memorable. But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp noise, like a snap. There's no way a noise would fail to make an impression.
May I have a moment to answer?
By all means.
I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on, and I was listening to music at the time.
Headphones? You mean both of your ears were covered?
The rain was just beginning to let up, but it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end yet. So the sky continued to flash and rumble.
The thunder and lightning, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder, so I put my headphones on to block it out.
Didn't seem she needs rain for the umbrella. It's like a silk umbrella. You can't get it wet, actually. Well, you can sometimes. Yeah, it's a lace parasol. Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all.
Wait a second, Mia. The testimony just now. She said something that could totally change this whole case.
Right? Your Honor, there's a problem with the witness's testimony. What do you mean?
Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct?
Yes, what about it?
Well, lightning is actually a large charge of electricity in the atmosphere. Am I right?
Now is not a time. Now is not the time for a science lesson, Miss Faye.
Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning?
I must admit that the thought had not occurred to me.
Just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyway? This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered. But that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was, in fact, the victim of a stray bolt.
It appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death was actually accidental?
Alright, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking that not guilty right now if you won't. I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Faye.
Uh-huh.
I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. We found that there are no lightning strikes on the day that on that day at that location.
What's more?
We have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case.
Evidence, Mr. Payne? Well, what is this evidence?
This affidavit.
And who is this affidavit from?
The pharmacology students who were conducting experiments in their lab that day. Allow me to read out the court testimony of one of the pharmacology students. All equipment in the labs lost power at all of a sudden at around 3 p.m. that day.
Was it a blackout?
All of the lab's equipment run on high voltage, Your Honor. So you're saying the equipment lost power because... Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical cable.
What a flimsy electrical system if all it takes is one cable to take out an entire lab. No backup generators or anything. For pharmacology, like for pharmaceuticals, that's like risky.
The power outage occurred at approximately 3 p.m.
Which fits with the time of death listed in the autopsy report.
Exactly. In other words, the victim died as a result of touching the severed electrical cable. According to the students, the cables are very old.
Ugh. Autopsy report updated.
On it.
According to the students, the cables were very old.
They were planning on having them replaced in the near future.
See.
Apparently, the cables have become so brittle that even the smallest bump would have caused them to break.
some sort of impact at 2:55 p.m. I love the boing sound it makes. However, there's one thing that troubles me. The cable could have been broken by any small bump. Then it wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into, correct? Well, I suppose you could say that. Miss Faye. Do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed cable?
Your Honor. I don't like how this is looking one bit. I have to come up with something to try and regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion.
Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break?
She entered the Phantom Zone for a second. Yes, I guess it had to be this, right? Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony.
The defendant's testimony.
He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened around 3 p.m., correct?
Yes, that sounds right. Wait, are you saying that...
The lab equipment lost power at 2:55, which fits right in with Mr. Wright's timeline. In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage. The pendant? Oh, the pendant, that's a gift. Phoenix still has this pendant on him. It was a gift from Dahlia on the day that they met. Yes, the prosecution also came to the same conclusion. And it was that very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted. I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne. I thought maybe the pendant might have cut the wire. Nah, Phoenix has it, like, under his sweater, basically. What's that supposed to mean? Have a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved. See the umbrella? It's by the electrical pole. That's right, the victim banged into that pole as a result of being pushed. It was that impact that caused the cable to break.
Well that makes sense. And the victim was electrocuted.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no, it doesn't make any sense at all. If the victim was shoved into the far pole, then he couldn't have been electrocuted by the severed cable in the foreground here. There's a shank. Ah! In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim. Did you mean to mimic me as hair flick? That was cute. I copy a lot of the animations by a lot of the sprites. Granted, I'm a little bit limited, but I know when they do their nods and shakes.
Order! Order in the court!
Ah, the lamentations of my enemy. How I've longed to hear them.
It's true. The defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any way the defendant could have done it.
Mr. Judge, sir? May I say something? The Madam Attorney's explanation. She said some things that are a little different than I remember them. What the? Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge?
Of course it's alright. Please go right ahead and give your new testimony.
This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colors. I love how did these butterflies get in here? The truth is, Feeny pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him. But Feeny caught up and crashed into him from behind. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute.
So after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away.
And that is when the defendant pushed him for the second time. I'm so sorry, Feeny, but I have to tell the truth. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge?
Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. Oh, Dahlia was a murderer. They're not even butterflies. They're regular house flies spray painted blue. Those are big flies. Now then, Miss Faye, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
What I witnessed, part 2. The truth is, Beanie pushed him twice.
Why's that? Fly big enough to make Sun yelp again? Miss Hawthorne, previously in your testimony, you said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie.
I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to protect Beanie.
That's why you basically lied to court?
I was a bad girl. I know. Mr. Judge?
Yes?
Would you please forgive little old me?
Of course he won't. What you did is called perjury. Oh, come now. Well, it was just a little old white lie in court. We'll forget it this time, but please be more careful from now on, alright?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge.
Not at all. Ho ho. Judge just better be more careful of himself. A dark alley is friendlier than a little than that girl. Oh.
The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him. But Feeny caught up and crashed into him from behind. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted. It all happened in less than a minute.
Okay. So, from what I remember from what was it? We have the student's testimony that the power went at 2:55 p.m., which is when the first push occurred. We have this photo, which it's currently at like 3:05, which is currently what they're saying is the time of death. That's enough, witness.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will in a minute. Could you please take a look at this picture?
Oh, that medicine. That's the one Feeny likes to take for his cold.
A cold killer. So he was cold and heated himself like a microwave. It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05 p.m. Yes, and your point is, Miss Faye? My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered that power outage due to the cable snapping? Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer is clear. It was at 2:55 p.m. Ah! Would you care to explain to the court, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? What exactly happened in this 10-minute interval? The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Mr. Doug Swallow. I like how every victim has a watch that stops at the time of death. It's an easy way to, you know, line up the times. It's very convenient for us. Order. Order in the court. This is nonsense. The real murderer. Even you can't deny that the time between the cable break and the cable breaking and the electrocution are completely unaccounted for. Then who was it? Who else are you saying could have done it? There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. Only after my client had left the scene. There was a window of opportunity for the real killer. Miss Faye, is the defense ready to indict someone as the real killer? It's finally time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Yes, Your Honor. We are ready. Well, but remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you'll be penalized. Think very carefully before you speak, Miss Faye. Now then, Miss Faye, let's have it. Who is the real killer? We have him by the ropes. We know exactly who did it. And it's the only other person that we can indict. I want you to know that I love all your emotes, so I thank you. I work very hard on them. At least the ones that I made. But, nonetheless, work very hard. I'll have another few coming up soon. One by this weekend, I think. It could only have been you, Dahlia Hawthorne. What? How can you... The defense is grasping at straws. 10 minutes passed between the time the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. Imagine if he comes in like, man, that was really shocking. What exactly were you doing the whole time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe that you didn't lift a finger to stop the men dearest to you.
Order, Miss Faye! What? I mean, why? That is to say...
Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the two men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim, he subsequently left the scene. It was you who pushed Mr. Swallow to his death by your very own hands. Ah! How can you say something so mean, Madame Faye? I didn't do anything.
Miss Faye, this is a very serious charge,
Your Honor, please, I have something to say. I want to say. At you.
You, what is it?
Please, please strike everything that the defense said just now from the record. What the? Are you daft? You're totally wrong, Miss Faye. Dolly, she couldn't have done something like that. He thought that Phoenix was gonna rate that was shocking joke. He would've. He probably could've.
Mr. Wright, go back to your, get back to your seat. Bailiff, grab that man.
Ah, that's you, he's bailiff. Leave my dolly alone. That boy. Oh, is it Grossberg?
That boy.
Oh, Mr. Grossberg, you're back.
Oh, a raid from Rennery with 10
Rennery,
viewers.
hello.
Welcome, raiders. Thank you for joining our Foxy adventure. Get ready for some mischief, laughter, and unforgettable moments together.
Welcome in, raiders. My name is Sun, your local fox boy, lawyer extraordinaire. Welcome in. I see that you're playing Justice for All. I hope you enjoyed the game. This is Trials and Tribulations, so it is the next game. So, I hope you're in for, like, a little bit of spoilers. But welcome in, raiders. Hi. Hope you had fun. I hope your case went well. Yes. We are currently around the halfway point of the first case of the third game. We're getting through. We've just pointed our finger at the who we believe to be the true murderer, and I'm giving some people time. Also, thank you for the Magatama. Have a great stream. I love Ace Attorney. This is also honestly one of my favorite series. I am replaying it just for the sake of my chat, you know, to show off my favorite game series. But yes, I am giving people some time to, you know, step out if they don't want to see spoilers for the third game. Oh, what is that? Huh? My bar changed. That scared me for a second. Thank you so much for the follow. But yes. I don't know how to tell it to change back to the goal bar. What happened? Son, how many times have you played the series? Like the first trilogy? Only once. Really, I played most of the games only one time through. How do I stop my goals? Wait, follower goal? I can end this. End goal. Cool, I don't have my other goal. Okay, there we go. Meta, thank you so much for giving a sub to Rennery. Also, let me know if that's it's okay to call you Rennery Ren. But you're a good egg now. Yes. Okay. Rennery or Ren is fine. Cool. There, fixed it. Thank you, Meta.
It seems I've arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on that incident in your newspaper clipping.
Police report added to the court record. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I was hoping for.
You better take a good look at it. It details how you came to lose your boyfriend.
Thank you for the updated autopsy report.
Now then, the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this?
Well, Your Honor, May I interrupt you for a moment, Mr. Prosecutor?
Don't you worry, my dear. I have the situation well in hand.
Sniffle.
That is I. Go right ahead.
I'll hydrate. Thank you very much. Madam Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie?
Yes, I am. Not only am I saying you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright. I told you that you should let me handle this. Sorry, please go ahead.
How can you say that? I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. The notion that I would try to frame him like this, is ludicrous. This is all just too much for my, for poor little me to bear.
Oh, I believe the...
Thank you for the updated autopsy report.
I believe the girl is trying to ask what on earth her motive would be.
The answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. It must.
Autopsy update. Phoenix was down bad and his girl shocked the poor guy.
Who knows? Who knows what it could be?
8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. And then, that same day, the two of them accidentally meet. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Further testimony? What about?
About the events of the day when she first met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What could that possibly have to do with this case? The witness claims that she had no reason to frame the defendant, am I correct? Well, I have evidence that suggests that she, in fact, has a very good reason.
Very well then, the court grants the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying on for just a bit longer?
Of course not, Mr. Judge.
Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Hawthorne.
How I met my Feeny. At first, I met my darling Feeny 8 months ago.
Also, let me just mention, just kind of off to the side, that I love seeing fan art of Phoenix when he's in his doofy pink sweater. I don't know why, but like Feeny fan art is so cute to me. he's just a silly fella.
It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We love Feeny. We've been going out ever since that fateful day.
We're so lovey-wovey, we literally make people sick. It's just jealousy, I think. Did he just shout in from the side? Mr. Wright, do that again and you'll be held in contempt of court. He really did just shout in from the sidelines. Now we enter the final act of our little drama.
We used to say that in the days of my youth. Go get her.
As we used to say in the days of my youth.
Go get her.
Like the fresh scent of lemons. 8 months ago, we were destined to meet in this courtroom's basement reading room. I also didn't read the case that happened. Hold on. Okay. This is the case that happened 8 months ago. Murder in the courthouse? Very little information is being disclosed at this time, since the victim of yesterday's incident in the district courthouse cafeteria is said to have been a lawyer. However, the police are questioning the 19-year-old female college student who was sitting with the victim. And then we have the police report that was filed. Incident overview. Location, district courthouse cafeteria. Date time, August 27th, 4 p.m. Victim, Diego Armando, age 28. Occupation, lawyer. Suspect, Dahlia Hawthorne, age 19. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It is unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup. Okay, we have 2 pages. Alright. The courthouse reading room. That's a strange place to meet the love of your life. That's not true, Madame Faye. After all, Feeny was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you, Miss Thawhorn. What was a literature student like you doing in a courthouse reading room? This line of questioning is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with our murder case. Miss Faye, I'm warning you. It has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case. I have to remember the judge is on Dahlia's side. I'd better tread carefully. We'll keep going. Your Honor, if you'll allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevance. I can do anything, apparently. Please ask her to continue with her testimony. Very well. Very well, young lady, I've got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courthouse reading room? If it pleases you, Your Honor, the answer is simply this. I had come to this courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing. Yeah? Yeah? You weren't like here being questioned for this incident? Miss Hawthorne, you weren't here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason? What is the meaning of the cocky smile in your face, Miss Faye? 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse, there was another tragedy. Another tragedy? Do you mean the incident in which an attorney was poisoned? The name of the suspect, the name of the suspect in that incident is listed here in this report. And that name is Dahlia Hawthorne. What? Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes, the sweetie pie of everyone's eye, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago. Order! 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 This is unbelievable! It's true then, the loveliest rose can hide the cruelest thorn. Miss Faye, that's not fair! You can't slander my witness with an unrelated case. I, Winston Payne, will not allow it. Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking. Pardon me, go right ahead. It's true, about 8 months ago. The police expressed some interest in me. Expressed some interest, Mr. Judge, sir, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell you the absolute truth. I did not commit the crime that occurred during the incident 8 months ago. I see. Okay, I've tied the 2 crimes together. Now I've just got to stay on the offensive. Well done, Mia. Oh, you've really lit a fire in my heart and my buttocks. I can hardly tell which is more inflamed, my spirit or my hemorrhoids. He's God's bravest soldier. His tummy hurts so much right now. I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. And dog, that's nasty. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that is lethal at just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. You see, I'm innocent,
I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that.
That's not suspicious at all. You know, when the murderer comes in and says, a murder weapon? A knife? I don't even know where I would get a knife. Clear of all suspicion, not guilty.
So that's what happened here 8 months ago.
However, as you heard from the witness's testimony, she has nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just about out of tricks. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne. I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeve today.
She knows an awful lot about the poison for someone who doesn't know a lot about poison.
And I'm sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination.
Ah! What the? Why does the defense suddenly feel stronger?
Aha, Mia! You're glowing with a true lawyer's aura, my dear. That proud posture and self-confidence. Absolutely smashing.
Alright.
I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day.
What were you talking about with the defense attorney?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's confidential.
According to the report, you were being interviewed regarding another case.
The lawyer that was killed, he said that he wanted to talk about the incident I was caught up in, an incident I was caught up in when I was younger.
Why don't you tell us all what that incident was? That has absolutely nothing to do with this case. How do you know,
Objection sustained. The defense's question is stricken for the record.
You get involved in a lot of incidents, don't you, Miss Hawthorne?
Well, I guess I was just born under a bad sign.
Don't worry, Dolly. I'll protect you.
You hear the man? Now that is true love, young lady.
The judge is into it. He's really rooting for this like romance going on here. Greetings, hi Vartigan.
Oh, Feeny, please.
She's gonna throw up. Those two are making me ill, albeit for decidedly different reasons.
I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that's lethal at just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison.
How special we talking? A special kind of poison? How so?
Well, I heard it's almost impossible to detect.
Oh, and where would something like that come from?
I'm sorry. All I know is what I overheard the policeman saying. They said something about using advanced chemical processes to purify it.
Chemical processes? Well, that's quite impressive. Most impressive.
The better question is, how did the criminal get something like that? So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that.
You sure? You sure? Yeah? You have no connections to anyone in, like, say, like a pharmaceutical department? You wouldn't know how to get that kind of poison? I don't believe you.
What?
In fact, you had an easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? At your boyfriend's lab.
Boyfriend? You mean the victim, Doug Swallow?
That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Miss Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow. And if you recall, Mr. Swallow was a pharmacology student at Ivy University. Pharmacology? His laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could never have attained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hawthorne, seems like you had access to such a poison after all. And then, it's a matter of slipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person that could have done that was the one sitting at this very table. His very table. You.
No!
Order. Could it be?
That's nothing but a backless accusation. I think that's what he's gonna say.
May I say something, Madam Faye?
What is it, Miss Hawthorne?
The amount of teaspoon in the coffee was the amount of poison in the coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that much liquid, you would need some sort of container.
Well, yes, that's true.
I was searched immediately after the incident took place.
Quite true. In fact, the entire courthouse was turned upside down.
But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they?
She's right. They even mentioned that in the report.
Well, you could have easily gotten rid of something that small. Excuse me, madam, but this is a court of law. If you're saying I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show some kind of proof.
Proof? She's got me good with that.
Provide some evidence or I'll have to disallow this line of questioning, Miss Faye. Unless we can come up with some evidence, we're going to lose this lead.
The police conducted a full-body search of Dahlia and the entire courthouse. And yet, the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred.
If you're going to accuse the young lady of committing the murder, then where is the container the poison was carried in? What happened to it?
Where would a little container, a little vial or container or bottle full of poison could have possibly gone? Where could it possibly have gone? She just got rid of it on the day of the incident. How weird. That's so strange. You're forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why you passed it on to someone who had nothing to do with the case. Someone that you knew wouldn't be searched.
Who is this person?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course. So the defendant was this witness's accomplice? Of course not. She gave the poison to him, disguised as a present. What? But that's...
That's a charming little necklace. Is this a little bottle? It's really quite cute. So what about it? What does it mean, Miss Faye?
I think I'm catching Phoenix's cold. The cough there.
The day that the witness met and fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago. August 27th, the very same day as the poisoning incident. Under the pretense of love, the witness gave my client a present. All for the purpose of hiding that one piece of evidence that would give her away.
What? Are you saying there's a deadly poison in here?
No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain if the crime lab were to analyze it, we would find a trace amount. No! Ah!
Order, in the court. On behalf of Dolly, I object. You can't do that, Phoenix.
Mr. Wright, control yourself. I won't allow you to bully her like this.
Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat.
Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through so much trouble to protect her?
Why? Because I'm madly in love with her. Madly in love. I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time.
And behold, the future ace attorney. Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia Hawthorne want to date you anyway?
Well, I guess she must be madly in love with me too.
Mr. Wright, please, open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone. The real reason that Dahlia Hawthorne is dating you is...
Damn, Mia. Is that Superman? That's Feeny. That's Phoenix Wright.
Look at our little baby 21-year-old, this college student. He's got a cold. He's got a pink sweater. It's April. He's so warm right now. He's got a scarf and everything. Dahlia Hawthorne was not madly in love with you. Is not madly in love with you. The only thing she's after is the bottle necklace that you love to wear around your neck.
My necklace? Back there in the waiting room. You said it yourself.
Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me.
Please give it back now.
What a strange girl asking for a present like that, back like that.
I read it wrong the second time around. For Dahlia Hawthorne, that necklace is irrefutable evidence of her crime. That's why she absolutely had to get it back. You're lying. But you never gave it back to her. And to make things worse for her, you insisted on showing it to everyone you met. And that's why she... I don't believe you.
No, that's a lie! Ah!
Mia, are you alright?
The defendant, he's getting away! Bailiff, hurry! After him! Mia, are you alright?
Yes, I think so.
That boy, he went completely insane!
Where's Mr. Wright?
It looks like the bailiff caught him, so he should be back soon enough.
Thank goodness. Oh no!
What is it?
The bottle necklace. Miss Hawthorne's present. It's gone.
What? That's terrible!
Mr. Wright must have grabbed it when he slammed into me. So this is why he has to guess at all the trials. He's an idiot. He's an art major. Law was his, like, side major. Or his minor, I guess. He was studying law on the side. I want to see what kind of art Phoenix made. I don't know if they ever bring that up. I don't remember. I think they made that, but I don't know if they show his art.
Foolish boy, that's the only thing that could have saved him. What in blazes are we supposed to do now? Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in this history of this court.
I don't think they ever show it. I want to see it though, right? Like, he was in there for at least like a couple years doing art. I'm sorry. I'm afraid your apology is not enough. Mr. Wright, what do you do with the bottle necklace? Forgive me. I'm sorry. It's okay, just give back the necklace. I ate it. Phoenix Wright has one brain cell. And it can only be dedicated to one thing at a time, really. That's why he's such a good lawyer when he needs to use it the most. He what? Yum yum. That's a big necklace too. Like, it's like the size of his palm. Wait, they don't have like a picture of it, right? Oh, we don't have it in a court record anymore. When they show the flashbacks, like, it is sizable. At least like 3 inches of a pendant. Also, I'm gonna look it up. Like, Phoenix Wright. I don't know, like, art major. Oh, the first one was, it comes up under as an art major, but he was actually doing theater. He was a theater kid. You what?
You ate it.
It was too big to swallow, so I had to chew it into little bits first. But yeah.
What is he doing now?
Your Honor, you've got to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? The bottle you swallowed may have some poison, had some poison left in it. It seems the defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. What teeth does he have? Listen, Phoenix is sturdy. Phoenix goes through a lot of shit in this entire series, and he perseveres. Clearly, that bottle did not contain a deadly poison. How can you be so sure? I think it's obvious. As you can see, the defendant is still very much alive. As for the poison, more like a fledgling defense attorney's overactive imagination.
So it would seem.
Oh no. No, there must be some kind of, be some mistake. The bottle must not have had any literally built different. Honestly, yeah. That bottle must not have any poison left in it. Either that, or the poison must have lost its potency. There. It's alright, rookie. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do. And it's heartwarming to see you place this much faith in Mr. Wright. But that's how it is for us, on the prosecution side too. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. Which is why I can say that your assessment of her is completely wrong. Every time he flops his hair, I want to pull it off. Just grab it.
That's enough. Unfortunately, Miss Faye, I cannot accept your explanation of the events.
But why?
This may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand. But in a court of law, evidence is everything.
Phoenix did just eat our evidence. Even after I proved so much, is she going to get away with everything?
Well, now that the suspicion around Miss Hawthorne has been cleared up, I would like to proceed with the trial.
Mr. Wright! I'm sorry, Miss Faye. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I know you believed in me, and I feel like I really let you down. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say? There's something I forgot to tell you.
What is it?
Ain't no way that babyface isn't a criminal. That day, the day I met Doug Swallow.
Girl, you shouldn't see her anymore.
Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you didn't continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Last night, someone stole some poison from our lab. Poison? Same thing happened 8 months ago. A drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab that time too. It could only have been her. The girl's a thief. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that, Shove. Is it true? Did he really say that? That's ridiculous! There's one more thing. After I pushed him that day, I got worried and came back to have a look. And she was there. Dolly was right there. She was crouched down next to him. What? She told me not to ever tell anyone about it, but I'm sorry, Dolly. They named the victim a poisoning swallow. I love this. No. Doug here is a pharmaceutical student. He died by electrocution. Your Honor, the defendant is... Miss Faye, you tell them. Dolly didn't do it. She's innocent. The person who died... Did a person die? Hold on. The victim was named Diego Armando. That's the poisoning incident from 8 months ago. If you put that together with Mr. Wright's testimony, then there's only one possible conclusion. The defense believes that Miss Dahlia Hawthorne stole some poison on the night before she killed Doug Swallow.
The night before?
Naturally, her motive for stealing it was to kill someone. Miss Faye.
If you're certain of your theory, let me ask you this.
Mia, this is your last chance. Think carefully now. There's something that she desperately wanted to get back, therefore...
Exactly who was Miss Dahlia Hawthorne planning to kill?
There was one person with this, There was one person that was standing squarely in Miss Dahlia Hawthorne's way. And that person was... Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Me?
That's preposterous! After all, it was Doug Swallow that was murdered. Well, it's true that it's how things worked out. But, let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of electrocution, not poison. The person that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison, in fact, was you, Phoenix Wright. There's no one else that it could be.
But how could that be? I thought Mr. Wright and Miss Hawthorne were in love.
Poor Mr. Wright. This must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice, I swear it. As I said before, the only thing Miss Hawthorne truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to the incident 8 months ago. That's right. The bottle necklace. That's all she cared about.
But even so, why? Why would she go as far as to murder him?
8 months ago, just after the fall of that attorney in the basement cafeteria, Dahlia Hawthorne could only think of one thing. How to get rid of the bottle necklace as quickly as possible.
No, it can't be.
It was pretty good move that she made too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was just one big problem. Although she got rid of the evidence, although she got him to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. To him, the tiny little bottle was a cherished treasure. He even showed it to everyone he met.
You mean, that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright?
Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve that piece of evidence. That can't be true! Beanie, what a joke you are. Ooh. The attitude shift. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me.
Miss Hawthorne.
It appears that we're nearing the end of this trial. Fine. I can tell you plan on making me a criminal no matter what I say. You are a criminal, Miss Hawthorne. We'll see about that. But first, where's your evidence? It seems your sniveling little crybaby of a client has eaten a little bottle as a snack. Hey, old man, are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with that dumb look on your face?
Miss Hawthorne, what's happened to you?
Are you really that shocked? Or do you prefer me this way, Mr. Judge? With absolutely no proof, you treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now if you don't mind.
But we're not finished.
Fine. Then ask this nasty old hag to finish up already. I can't let her get away this time.
Stop, Mia. If you keep pushing without any evidence, you could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer.
Ultimate price?
You'd be forced to take off your attorney's badge forever, I'm afraid.
We've only worn our attorney's badge 2 times, so we're about to lose it. You better think it over carefully, Miss Faye. Or should I say, Miss Gray?
I can stand a lot of things, but not calling Mia old hag.
How old is Mia right now?
She's not that...
Oh, we don't have our age here. She really isn't that much older than Phoenix, so she's like in her 20s right now.
Well, Miss Faye, can you provide evidence that would establish her guilt once and for all?
If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over. But to be honest, at this point, I don't have any evidence that's well-founded. Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with murder. Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof.
Impossible! You can't possibly!
Stupid woman.
It is the opinion of the court that that there has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I will allow only one piece of evidence to be presented.
Just one? Like calling Mona Lisa a rag.
You are unable to establish her guilt? Then I'm afraid that a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down to Mr. Wright.
I understand, Your Honor. I can just imagine the headline for tomorrow's newspaper. Up-and-coming lawyer plummets down to earth before she gets the chance to soar. She's planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, the poison will probably go in there.
I don't know if that's how it'll work depending on the poison.
Show the court irrefutable proof that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison Mr. Wright.
Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that will prove her guilty once and for all.
Cold Killer X. Phoenix Wright's beloved cold medicine.
Hehehe. Does our rookie defense attorney have a bit of a cold? If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned.
What?
Remember what the defendant said in his testimony?
I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime the day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us.
She was the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. Then she poisoned it, knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some.
Now you're really grasping at straws. After all, it was the victim, Doug Swallow, that was holding the medicine.
I would like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence?
Huh? What are you talking about?
8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which she then gave to someone else for safekeeping. Someone she had accidentally run into in the reading room, my client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. That is when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poisoned bottle of Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she can carry out her plan to murder Mr. Wright.
At least she did testify that she was going to meet with the defendant.
Yes, and she heard and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and victim were arguing about, and cut the electrical cable. That's when she realized, I can't allow Doug to stay alive, or something like that. She used the severed electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, that is when the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the scene, came back to check on the victim. And on top of that, because of the power outage, some of the students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she put it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying that bottle of poison cold medicine. She must have thought, what if they searched me like they did 8 months ago? 8 months ago? Yes, she disposed of the evidence exactly the same way she did back then. She had someone else hold it. In this case, Doug Swallow. Oh, come on now, everyone. Surely you weren't fooled, are you? A stupid woman. She's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Uh-huh. Yes, that's exactly right. It's just pure desperation.
I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne, this cold medicine, I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some? Well, Mr. Wright ate that necklace of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, stinking liar, then there's no need to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Goodbye, butterflies. Do you think you've won? Well, do you, Mia Fey? That's just fine. For the time being, victory is yours. Rip the butterflies, her aura was too intense. For the time being? Well, I have a very long memory, you know. You and I will meet again. I'm certain of it. Maybe it'll help with whatever swelling is causing her that big-ass head. It's full of secrets. Well then, Mr. Judge. I'll see you later too, okay?
Oh? Why? Yes.
I'm going to spend a little quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best. Phew. It's finally all over.
I refuse to accept this. The defendant hasn't shown a scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claim. But even so, your witness seemed to have accepted it. I don't care. I'm Winston Payne. And I don't believe one word that this rookie lawyer said.
Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this.
Yes?
Would you care to try this cold medicine?
What?
Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said... There, it's all right, rookie. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. So, if she's so trustworthy, I'm sure there couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right?
You see...
And here comes the backpedal. Come now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. How much trust you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life? Yeah! My hair! It's flying off! My beautiful hair! No! Rip in peace. Pepperoni and cheese to Winston Payne's hair forever. Aren't you guys so glad that we saw the backstory as to why Winston Payne is bald? But he still does like that head motion.
Mr. Payne, about Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll file papers for her immediate arrest.
Tragic, but not surprising. I knew there was something suspicious for her from the very beginning.
Don't lie. Just admit that you were wrong.
By the way, Miss Fey?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was it just me, or did you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know each other?
Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case.
Very well. Mr. Payne.
This cannot be happening. That's a nightmare. It's like losing my daughter to my daughter.
It appears Mr. Payne has lost his spirit along with his hair. Does the defendant have anything further to say?
It can't be true. My dear Dolly. Achoo!
Very well then. I believe I am ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant Phoenix Wright not guilty! Woo!
Oh my god, look at these like high quality cheers.
Court is adjourned. Yay! I spit out my water along with his hair. The judge doesn't hold back. April 11th, 3:16 p.m. Defendant lobby number 3. Mia, you were wonderful in there.
Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossberg.
During this verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode like Mount Vesuvius.
Mr. Grossberg, do you maybe you could stop talking about them?
That's rather rude. Anyway, this case really made me think. What does it really mean to have a relationship of mutual trust with the client?
Why do we need to know this?
Perhaps it is we veteran lawyers who've lost the sight of this.
Oh, Mr. Wright. Congratulations.
Thanks. You know, I was thinking.
Go on.
The dolly I saw there on the witness stand. I don't think that was really her.
What?
Yeah, the dolly I know could never have said those kind of terrible things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fake or something?
Boy, this poor kid still hasn't got a clue. You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright. For your own sake.
Yeah, you're right. That's probably for the best.
Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to grow up a little.
But out of all my friends, everyone says I'm the most grown up.
What kind of company does this guy keep?
Larry?
Right now, I'm studying to become a lawyer myself. That's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in art department?
Well, yeah, I am. But there's a friend that I desperately want to help.
His other friend. His other single friend. And if I hurry, then I should be able to save him in time.
Say, Miss Faye, a lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right?
Mr. Wright, I'm still new at this myself. But I think that's exactly what a lawyer is.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'll study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. Is it his gay lover? It's his future gay lover, yeah, in like 6 more years? Yeah. I hope we see each other again someday. Maybe even in court. It's been 5 years since I was acquitted of all charges. I became a lawyer like I planned, and I managed to save my friend, Edgeworth. But Mia has passed on to a better place. This is the jump scare for people who didn't play the other games, to be like, oh, by the way, Mia's dead. For me, this trial brings up a lot of painful memories. But also brings up some very precious ones. The memories that I thought I would never rise to the surface again. Wait, what? Mia's gone now. But even so, I could hear her in my mind. The whole time?
The point.
Phoenix, no matter what, always believe in your client. Actually, I didn't point this out, but her self from 5 years ago had like the cut bangs. I'm like pointing them out with my mouse, but like she has them swept out of her face now. In a court of law, your greatest weapon is your belief. Well, now I'm sad. This is a flashback. 5 years ago. 5 long years. Something that's happened that made me think back on her words of wisdom. That's a story for another day.
And about memories. The end.
I'm also sad. Yeah! Let's go! The stolen turnabout. Boy. This game takes place in yes. So the flashback was about 2014. The rest of the game takes place about 2018, 2019. A mysterious masked man. Who could this man be? We'll find out next week.
Son clapping at the side of a white-haired man. Listen!
The nose. Oh, yeah. The whole case is wild. The thing that I like about the third game, so I keep going into each of these games going,
You know, man, I really don't remember how this game goes. But then I see the like the thumbnails, and every memory just comes flooding back, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is the game. The Stolen Turnabout is an awesome case. I like to think that the first two games, Phoenix Wright and then Justice for All, were like the main storyline. This game, Trials and Tribulations, is sort of like epilogue to the trilogy. It's sort of going like flashbacks and wrapping up and kind of exploring things that they hadn't done in the main game. At least I got to stay for the whole stream, even if I didn't get to do sparring. Even if I didn't get to do sparring night. Oh well, T-Dubs, you didn't have to stay, or if it was like a different case that you couldn't go. But thank you. I didn't know that brown and yellow complement each other, even though it's sitting right in front of me. It's I have good taste in color. What can I say? Are you guys ready to see the preview for the next chapter, for the next episode, the next case? And then, oh no! I hope you feel. I hope you get better soon. So, what we'll do is I'll show the preview for next week's case. We're gonna go on a break, and then I'll come back and we're just gonna chill for a little bit. Is that okay? We're gonna chill for, I don't know, the rest of the stream. Either we're gonna do art, we're gonna do chatting, maybe we'll work on a detective game. How's the sun today? I'm doing good. Alright. Oh, save in here. I tried to shade yellow with black and it muddied everything. Of course. Black, you have to be very careful when shading with black. That is why they tell you not to. You want to shade with basically anything else, really. I would say shading yellow with brown, or even like a muted red, would probably be for the best. Depends. Oh wait, I already saved. The time is 1 a.m. Detective, we made it! Ooh, what a relief. Glad the jewel is still safe. Oh, you said it, pal. Must have been rock-solid security. Do you mind opening the safe just to double-check? Complex lock. Ah! We've been had! Out front! Guards! Turn on the searchlights! Better luck next time, gentlemen. Excuse me, but I'm afraid I must be leaving now. My people need me. We shall meet again when the next moon is full. Mask to mask. Salutations. We skipped ahead to October. It won't say the years, but I believe this is October of 2018. Alright. Just have to go back now. Okay, V for Vendetta looking ass. I love Phantom Thieves. This is not, uncommon knowledge around here. I have a big love. And actually, to get in the mood of that, how about we work on our silly detective game, but we work on our Phantom Thief character? Does that sound good? We'll have... I have food I have to make. Just is 20 minutes too long? 15-minute recess. Minute recess. I thought Phantom Thieves were a Persona 5 related theme. Look, a Phantom Thief, is like a concept. It's been around for a while. Like a gentleman thief, a phantom thief, like Arsène Lupin, or like Kaido Kid from Kaido Magic Kaido, you know, that kind of thing. I love Phantom Thieves. It's a character archetype. There we go. Yeah. They're like a gentleman thief. They disappear into the night, but they have their own like honor system. I love it. All right. We are going to take a 15-minute recess. Who called me a kid? Well, we'll come back to chatting, doodling. I'll set it up. Let me actually set up for where it's on the stream. Where it on stream. I need to have a bookmark for this game. Alright, you guys better get up, stretch. Thank you for the updated autopsy report. Very magical. Got it? Good word. Yeah, bio break? Stretch? Because we're still gonna be here for a while. I just didn't want to, like, force myself to do, like, an 11-hour, 12-hour stream. I don't want to. You can stand up and guess words. As long as you're taking care of yourselves, that's all I can care for, okay? Alright. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys. You better get some snacks, because I am. streamer jump scare. Hi guys. Can't tell me nutting wasn't there. It would have 2 T's. Hi everyone. Hello. Nuding. I have my food. I kind of rushed in it, so I cooked some meat up and put it in a sandwich. It was a little bit too juicy. I'm gonna do my best to eat it. But yeah, we can either keep going with where it's on stream till you kind of fail, so you can't pass a level, or you know, if you guys get tired, let me know. We could switch watching a video while I eat, anything like that, before we transition over to working on our cool and awesome detective game. I'm gonna push my mic away so you don't hear me eating. Waifu? Show me that in the Webster's dictionary. Stream topic. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Morgan. I guess we're just chatting for now. Is there a words on stream? There is, but that's not the focus of the stream. Fun. No big word yet? Oh, look at that! Look at that! Perfect for trial Thursdays. Petra with a big brain. What a big brain move to piggyback off of the unlawful with the lawful. I'm back with a sleep sandwich. Yeah, I got a sandwich. I gotta eat it. Kaido, you gotta keep an eye on the chat. The chat will update faster for you than the on-screen game. Yeah, level 10, level 10. I believe in you guys. You're at level 9 right now. Heavenly sniped with a forever. I want to make a joke, but I don't want to influence you guys guessing the words. I'll wait till someone guesses. And don't forget, you cannot guess until the lock is off of your name. So if you guess the word and you think that it's there, try it again if you were still locked before. If you have the lock next to your name on the board, you cannot guess again. It's so Jover, you guys. I'm not typing in. Hello, card. I wasn't talking about you. But I mean, you can. What if that's the word that you need to go over the points? What if it all relies on you, hello, card? Nah, I'm good. Ever. Ooh. It's easy to forget. Oh.
Sniped it in with the reef. Let's go. Can you guys finish a level 10? It's been a while since I've had a words on stream chat, you know, being so active. Oh my god. There's so few words in here, but you have to get it. I'm sorry, I am in the way. You guys cannot see how many letters you need right now. Oh no, that's such a good word. Colin! Loam. That's another good one. You guys, I might have to get, like, almost all the words on this round. Ooh, Noel. That's a good one. Oh? Hmm? Remember, there's no C in there. Thank you for the updated autopsy report. Nope. Oh, you made it! You made the threshold! There's only 4 words left, though. Oh, low. Pone? Pony? Pawn? Peon! Oh. I know what your last word is, you guys. I know what your last word is. There you go! Oh, you got all of them! Let's go! Let's go! Got that in there. That was beautiful. Do you want to, like, stop that there? Do you want to, like, stop with, like, a win at level 10 and leave the hard levels for next time? 1, 2, 3. I'm done. I'm happy. You guys did great. Oh. I love these games. I wish there were more, like, kind of games that you guys can autopilot, you know? Wow. Sleep sandwich consumed. I'm still eating mine. I basically made the mistake of making, like, a steak and not cutting it and just putting it between bread. You guys ever have a sandwich where, like, the filling keeps coming out every time you take a bite? And you're like, no, the ratio of the sandwich is gonna be off then if I just eat the entire meat part. It's that. Gotta cut a diagonal, gives it more flavor. I have been doing it. I was in such a rush that I didn't want to do anything that required too much prep to come back to stream. So I had steaks that I'd salted for a couple hours. They were tender enough. Okay. Finishing up, finishing up. Oh, the sandwich? I did forget to cut the sandwich, I'll admit. The diagonal does make it more delicious, though. I second that. Alright. What are we gonna do now? What is up, my dudes? Alright. Alright, alright. Let me...
Let me like put on some music and stuff that we can listen to. Yep. Why the long face? Alright, let's do... Oh, this is fine. I love when you do that. Just a little wiggle. I gotta switch it up once in a while. I gotta do like other angle scans so you can get more good scans. God, the printer noise takes me back. It was the best sound that I could find because scanners don't really make that interesting of a noise, you know. So I wanted to make the sound of the printer. I'm like, oh, this is the print that you get after you scan. I'm getting like distracted by looking at the thumbnails of videos. Okay, a song or something. Vocaloid songs, animes, work music. When is this from? Oh, this is an old playlist. Chill vibes, music. All right, close this. How does this feel? Son, who did your music? No one. I didn't really have any. If you're talking about the music that you were hearing earlier, that is just the background music for words on stream. If you're talking about my BRB screen or anything like that, everything I find is from Dova Syndrome, which is a copyright-free music directory, basically. Ah. Yeah, let me just check the... Okay, that should be okay. Alright. I'll set up there. Organize my stuff. Maybe I won't necessarily draw today, but we can organize maybe references for our detective game. The dark background really makes my eyes pop. Why, thank you. My little what is it? Ball pit ball neck chain belt chain thing also is very colorful. Background. I'll see myself out. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna close this and this. Feel paint, because nothing else is on it. Color set. Let's see, recently. Ghost. We can work on Ghost Detective. I can work on. I can do 3D modeling or something. This is the chain wallets from the Y2K era. That's sort of what it's based on, and sort of there is this fashion item within like the candy collecting culture, which is they'll make these belt accessories, kind of like how people used to hang suspenders off their belts into like that kind of early 2000s-ish, very Kingdom Hearts Vocaloid era, I guess like suspender loop, I guess. It's sort of like that, but they poke holes into ball pit balls and make giant chunky rainbow chains out of those. And they're so cute, and I want one. I have nothing else that would go with it though, but I would love to have something inspired by that. I don't know why the thing says it's capturing... What's capturing my screen right now? What's that called? Ball pit belt. I guarantee you, if you type ball pit belt, it'll come up in search. Because they make like shaped ball pit balls, like hearts and stars and all sort of colors. They're very easy to get. I could do some modeling. I could work on some more Ace Attorney throwables. Maybe I'll do that actually. That'd be cool. I have this for now. I might need it later. Open a blender. Computer might explode. Find out. Ignore. Oh, I don't need to. Okay, I'm not gonna update the. That's fine. I feel like you can pull it off. It depends on what the rest of my outfit is, really. I'm sure I'm also confident that I could pull it off, but I would need an outfit to go with it. It's like buying like really cool basketball sneakers and going, I could pull this off when you don't have like when you only have like formal wear in your closet, you know? It's like, okay, sure. That should be fine. What are we gonna make? I don't know if actually I have a list that I jotted down somewhere of things I wanted to model. Where'd that go? Me, every time I buy Converse. I have walking sneakers, like jogger sneakers that I wear everywhere. Kind of it. I wear sandals. I wear socks over my sandals. Let me bring my mic closer. Bring my water closer. And let me take cherry or vanilla, you guys. I got a big selection of cough drops next to me. Although they're like lozenges, they're not cough drops. I usually have one after an Ace Attorney stream. Dad shoes! I'm so unbothered. Cherry? Okay. They each have like a menthol kind of taste, but I like both of them. It's so I don't get sick of one flavor over the other. It's Ricola cherry or Hall's honey vanilla. Very good. Alright. Let's see. I don't know where I put my ideas for my throwables. Yes? Okay, here it is. Not a fan of honey flavored things. It's very mild. It's mostly vanilla. It's not like when things are pure honey, but I understand that. Honey, that was something that it just kind of clicked with me one day. And I was like, oh, actually, this is kind of nice. I have hot honey. I have like a spicy bottle of hot honey that I just put on everything by default because it's so good. I'll mix like mayo, honey, sriracha, maybe a pinch of soy sauce depending on how salty I want it. And that's a go-to dipping sauce for me. Because you could also do sugar, but honey just dissolves better. Lawyer badge, Magatama, autopsy report folder. I did do. Ooh, a gavel. Modeling a gavel. Carl's Jr. used to have hot honey chicken sandwiches. Oh, that sounds so good. I have not been to a Carl's Jr. in like a billion years. Ace Attorney gavel. What does it look like? We'll make it simplified. The handle is a bit nondescript. Oh, there are some sprites that kind of have it. The handle itself, though, looks... okay. I'm looking at an image that seems to have it broken down from, like, the actual game itself. How do I, like, put this on screen? What if I want this as reference? Oops. I can just put that there, huh? Cool. It's just some 3D space. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Okay. We'll have that there. Back. I remember seeing your 3D post with a carrot. What caused it to do that? So, let me see. I always forget where this setting is. Right? Alright. I don't know if you can see, but I currently have an option here called backface culling. So, when I click that, nothing really happens. Because what it's doing is lightening the load on the computer by saying anything that's not outward facing for the camera, technically, whatever is considered the inside, the computer doesn't have to think about, right? If I told the computer, light this scene, render this scene for me, you know, I'd have the light here, you know, it's thinking about where the lighting goes, but also it would be considering, what does the inside look like? Is there any holes that should be like letting light into the object, and then like reflecting shadows here and there? But we don't want that sometimes if the object is fully closed or anything like that. So what would happen is if I told this, I would have to tell it to like delete a face, right? Face. There. I've made a hole in the object. As you can see, it's still a solid object, but the inside is completely unrendered, basically. It just non-existent because that is the interior of it. So what happened with the carrot is the outside of the carrot, I accidentally had inverted. If I took this and I took the normals, which is basically indicating what is considered side A and side B, I said flip. How fascinating does this look? You could see, oh, this is clearly the cylinder, but I'm only seeing the inside. You would commonly see this in, like, say, like The Sims, where you can view the walls that you're decorating, but nothing's obscuring your view. It's sort of the same concept. So basically, this is you can tell as I move this. This is the interior of the cylinder, but that's basically what was happening with the carrot. So now if I undo the normals. Normally how you would check this is should do a thing here, but it doesn't really. Yeah. If I was normally working in a certain view and I don't remember which one it is, face orientation is an option that I would check, and it would basically light blue or red depending on which face is facing out. Because sometimes if you have like a lot more of these faces, each individual one of these panels here is a face. Say I had it broken down to like 1,000,000 faces. and I had them randomly generated, there's a chance that some of them are inside out when all the rest of them next to it are inverted, basically. And it's hard to tell. So there's processes and automations for saying all of these, turn them all to face the right way, please. And it does its best to do that. 3D modeling is so simple and easy and never goes wrong. See if we can make like a simplified gavel, basically. Don't want that. Okay. I think I know what I want to do, maybe. I'll figure that out. Not bevel. When it's inset. One in the middle? Sure. Put this in a flat view. You, come here. Go. Oh. Your center is like weirdly off to the side, huh? My delay upsets me. Greetings! Hi, Lycan. Hi. We finished up. Oh, I gotta switch. We're doing art now, technically. Done. Oh, hi, hi. Let me do one of these. I can view it in real time without constantly changing it. All right. Damn it. How do I get rid of that? All right. If I did this, I'm gonna change all of it. Just trying to figure out what would be best. That view. Look at that. I wasn't so delayed to miss a streak. Yeah, look at ya. Thank you so much for coming in. We're just kind of chilling now. Finished their case. Oh, thank you for the updated autopsy report. Hmm. Okay. I'm like trying too many things to complicate this. Hmm? Get that autopsy report scanned. No, the autopsy report. Hey, for your badge. Destruction of justice. Go into edit mode? Go. Alright, little by little. 1, 2. Inset. report is so light. This is the updated report. We didn't need all that unnecessary extra stuff. But well, she can set the face. No. Oh, up and down. Where do you want me to grab from? Here. Oops. Backwards. Okay. Goes in a little bit. Set. Oh, here. Then kind of gets a little fat. Here. Say it probably goes back out to equal scale. Update 1. 1 page with 2 words. No change. I forgot to ask some, but got any goals for this year? Not anything in particular. I just want to do more things. I'm not going to be upset if I don't do certain, I guess, projects, but there's just projects I want to do, if that makes sense. Like, I want to upload at least 1 more page to my webcomic. I want to make a game. I want to make more merch, make more models, you know, do more fun stream things. Regardless of what it is or how it gets there, nondescript. But I just want to do them, you know? If that makes sense. I'll worry about the edge loops later. Quite a bit, actually. I strive to have your work ethic. This is the work ethic of someone who has been, you know, doing things, who knows is a jack of all trades myself, and has spent the last 2 years, almost 3 years going, you know, there's, you know, honestly 4 years at this point going, there's something I want to do, but it has to be perfect or I'm gonna regret it later. I'm regretting not doing just a shitty job earlier. So this year, even if it's like okay, I can always go back and fix things, you know, if I'm really that bothered by it. But I think it's better for me to have the mindset of just do it. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be. It's the year of being unbothered. You know, learning to be okay with uh things that are okay and can get better, and it doesn't have to be great from the get-go. I strive to be like a what would you call it? Like a hedonistic values where I would love to just do things that I enjoy, right? Like, why do I have to be bothered by what other people think or do? I just want to do things that I like. That's that's my angle, basically. And it doesn't work for everyone. It definitely, you know, some people aren't in the position where they can do things as freely like that, and that's okay. At that scale,
how does this feel? Pretty good. It's like other details, but I think it's okay. Does the scale look okay? I fix the scale a little bit. That one. A little skinnier. I'll pull out the middle a bit more. Why does this music that's playing right now? It doesn't indicate what it is, but it reminds me of like a lo-fi Valheim. It just clicked with me. Why does it remind me of playing in Valheim? Be small and cute. Be a bit bigger. Alright. Okay. Alright. What happens if I try to smooth shade this? Ooh, that looks so wonky, but I love that, actually. I need some edges, but that kind of works. Ah, do that. I think that works. Probably. Could you increase the poly count so you can keep your edges? I could. I don't want this to be so smooth. Lower poly count the better, personally. Because, like, if I was making this to model for something, like if I was gonna 3D print this or something, yes, I obviously would. But this is gonna get thrown at me. That is the intent. To get thrown at me and appear for 2 seconds. It doesn't have to be high quality. Add. There. Yeah, it's fine. How long? Be a bit shorter. Right around there. I don't think we actually see what it looks like at its base. We can get away with this. Edit mode. Do loops. We're gonna grab them and slide them over. About here. Grab the faces. Sure. Beep, beep. That.
Scale out. Mode. That smooth shade. Look at that. We got hammer. What does it look like at the end? Oh, yeah, I can smooth this out a little bit. Oh. So smooth, so clean. Look at that. And really, this is like a singular color. Material will be this color. I have the reference right here, actually. No metallic. Maximum roughness. I'm lying. There's a little bit of a shine to it. Specular? Stropic? Yeah, but it won't show up in the roughness that I chose. Like, that much should be okay. Probably. Maybe. Go back into the edit mode. Alt Shift. Not selected on Edge. Alt Shift. Alt Shift. Also this one. Edges. I want to see if marking them as sharp change anything. It didn't. I don't know what the mark sharp does necessarily. That was my assumption. Sounding like smooth, right? Arc, edge, arc, mesh. Sharp edges. Oh, that should have been it. I don't know then. I'm still learning. No, but this looks okay. Probably. Yoink. Boink. Save. Do this as gavel. Hammer, done! That. I'm gonna export as I can do this in a FBX. Just gonna out of habit do the copy, gavel FBX, export FBX. My problem is I don't know where to check how big these things are. When I tried to export them for using in like say Vignon and Warudo, they came out so big. They were like 20 feet tall. I'm like, oh, I work big, huh? Alright, where's tits? Hand it over. I'm back, like baby back ribs. And welcome back, baby ribs. Okay, hide that. I'm gonna go Object Manager. That didn't read as clever as I thought it did. I mean, I understood. Import model. Gavel. It's thinking. That's not bad. That could be better, but that's not bad. Honestly. What sound effect do I want to give it? Yeah, that's kind of funny. Where does that come in? What are you making? I'm making the judge's gavel from Ace Attorney. Where do we throw that into? Like a gavel bonk. I'll just do it as like a command. Command. Overruled. All selected. Make this like a little bit slow. I was curious, can Peaches do the shading thing like your model is doing right now? There are various ways to go about it. What I'm currently doing is built into VTube Studio, but I do believe that there are OBS plugins that you can do to add on to layers and effects. Like my outline is actually, that is a feature that you can do in VTube Studio, but the outline I actually have is an OBS plugin. That's why it's like a little bit sharper. But yeah, there are various effects that you can do. OBS effects do take a little bit of like learning to get around, but there's a lot that you can do with it. Like my scan redeem is in OBS. Let's see what else. Yeah, my outline effect. I know I've seen people do like a lighting effect. Yeah, like after image effects. I used to have like a really fun one. Drop shadow effects are also another. They're like effects and shaders. You would have to do a little bit of research into like what ones work, how easy they are to use. But a majority of the ones that are more popularly liked tend to work pretty well. Always love Gabble. It's funny to me that to think back in the day they said, "What's the most official and civilized way to signal a serious announcement?" Ah, yes, hit the table with a hammer. Well, it gets the attention of the room. Okay, that's kind of funny. I could have made it a bit more vibrant, probably, but that works. Alright, chat, with a bit of a cooldown, if you do exclamation point overruled, you should be able to bonk me. And I'll worry about this model another day. And bailiff, black is pee-pee. Alright, what else can we work on? 2 R's. Overruled. Ooh, a step ladder. That'd actually be kind of cute. Alright. You, general. Ooh, you read the tacos. Alright. What do the ladders and step ladders in Ace Attorney look like? Where'd the bean sticker go? Sorry, I had to do it at least once. I'm sure you guys will find the excuse to use it. Well, beans. Any more sun stickers? I should update that sometime. Alright, a ladder should be very straightforward. Right?
may have overestimated myself. I only know the use of the hammer for bonking on say-so stuff. I've yet to see you or hear you mention something unsay-so other than Edward's butt. Were you here for Tuesday's stream? Oh, son, any news on getting your models a phone background? I did make backgrounds. I just wasn't sure on how to host that, if that makes sense, you know? I have a clip. I was at least part of it. You have a clip? But it's okay, right? We never do anything unsay-so in this, right? Right? You can't post links in the chat, unfortunately. So I get you guys not to call me out for unsay-so things. Damn it. The title of the clip is Forbidden Pencil Holder? Yeah. You guys don't remember the forbidden pencil holder? The very normal desk pencil holder? It has a suction cup on one end. It's very sturdy. And it has space for one pencil to fit inside of it. Well, I said pen. You guys said pencil's a lot worse. I said pen originally. I feel like it would fit in smoother. Oh wait, this would work. Oh, it's when oh yeah, when you take out the pen, it makes the Yeah, what's wrong? Dear, what's wrong? You haven't touched your ergonomic pencil holder. Hi, Bubba. Alright. I kind of like this shape, but something about it doesn't read as ladder. What you making now? I'm making a step ladder. Trying to figure out what makes this very unstep ladder. I'm making a chibi step ladder. Oh, you know what? It needs to taper a little. It needs to have this angle that I'm looking at right now. How do I get that? That. How do I tell it? How do I tell it to increase the radius? Proportional size. 2 meters. 3 meters. Yeah. Oh, can I scroll that, like, while I... Ah, okay. There's a lot of, like, mouse wheel hotkeys that I'm just not sure sometimes when they do and don't work. For the longest time, I didn't understand Blender, because I used to try it on my laptop, where I didn't have a mouse wheel. I'm like, I don't get it. This program just doesn't work. Yeah. Yeah. Blender has so many hotkeys. I love Blender, but it's also a bit too versatile sometimes, you know? Sometimes you're like, oh, do you need a program that can do modeling, rendering, editing, compositing, 2D animation, scripting, texturing, UV editing? No, you need all that? No? Do you want something else? Do you want visual FX? You want to do 3D sculpting? Better learn them so your workflow isn't debilitated when you inevitably decide to hide your favorite on-screen buttons next major update. I am constantly like looking up how do I do this? I did something recently that I was like really happy with. I can't quite remember what it was. Extrude. Come 3D, my son. Oh, you know what? The sides are a bit too thick. Yeah, they're a little bit too wide. Sides. There we go. But you said you were hosting it for the wallpaper? What is it? Oh, like, how am I gonna let people download that without being, like, openly found by other people to kind of freely use for an unintended use, if that makes sense? It's me being a little bit paranoid is all. Oh, cautious. Too thick? I've never heard such a blasphemy. I think a ladder being too thick is an entirely different issue. Yeah, I did make a couple wallpapers of my face for people to use. I'll probably just host them on Ko-Fi, to be honest. That's the easiest thing I could think of. I mean, could charge people for it. Do I want to charge people for a PNG of my face? Yes, I would. Morally, do I feel good about it? No. Like, yeah, like charging $1 would be good, but that limits people who are like, I would love to buy, you know, to use Sun's wallpaper, but I don't have $1. No. I don't know. Again, I'm overthinking it. Maybe after this I can upload the wallpapers. I made some basic ones, but you guys can tell me like what wallpapers you want. What merch do you guys want? I'll only really make merch that either I really want to make or I think you guys would get, if that makes sense. I'm not gonna make merch and go, you guys have to get this. That's a ladder. Edit mode. Edit. Stand. Let's leave you at like curious. Yeah, that's fine. Like copy, paste. $180. Oh, I meant to move this one. Now, it's just that I have to put the step on the top, right? Is that what makes it a step ladder? I assume so. I hope so. The man in merch things I would want is more stickers and the main merch things I would want is more stickers and the OG hoodie and maybe some clothes with your new model, aka this one. Like just like a PNG of my model. Top step, maybe fully. Oh, like a hinge. Oh, you're right. I need like. This is not OSHA compliant right now. Let's add a cube. That's easy. I can do that. Oops. Inverted it. Went too far. Not even centered. Oh, okay. If that's centered, then I'll center these two. Give or take. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Okay, alright. Ooh, I don't like how that looks, actually. Never mind. Just bars between the middle steps. If you don't want to say it's foldable. I guess some indication, right? Some kind of marker in the middle. I'm actually just gonna look up what actual ladders look like. One in the middle. Like one little thing in the middle. That's easy. I can do that. Checked. Add. Met. Cube. Got the letter from WWE. I can... I already started clicking other options. I can't adjust this anymore. Okay, edit. Edit. Loop cut. You know, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Eat the middle. Bye. Actually, we just delete this entire thing. Faces. Extrude. This letter is here via remarriage. Hi, Spidoinkle. What I would love is a full roll of stickers showing generic picture of sun peeking around wherever you stuck them to with an impending mischief expression. I do have a sketch for just a bunch of my face with different, like, moods. Like angry, scared, sleepy, mischievous, you know? That would actually make for a fun sticker sheet. I couldn't do a roll. That's really not something easily distributable. I can do a sticker sheet. If you want to be super picky with me, select both sides and hit Control S to selection cursor, keep offset. It'll perfectly center them. Huh? Huh? Wait, in edit mode? Control S. Well, that just saves for me. Control S is just save. Oh, Shift S? Oh, look at that. So... Oh, since my cursor is... Oh, you're right. I always constantly move it by accident, because I think I'm doing one hotkey, and it's like, nope, your origin is now 10 feet off to this side. I'm like, god damn it. Okay, you're right, you're right. Which I guess I should do that for the other two pieces. Object mode. What was it? Shift. Shift S. Selection to cursor. Keep offset. Cool, cool. And I just gotta move it up. I like that. Okay. Yeah, I don't usually think about my cursor because it's usually fuck all to nowhere. Okay, that's the menu. Then I also cursor to world origin. Cool. Thank you. Poking out from behind your closet door. Watching you change. This middle one, sure. It's so wide. Okay. I really only need this thing to be like 2 segments each. I don't know why they're 4. Can I delete a loop? Does that make sense if I do that? Blender scares me on how easy it is to fuck up. Honestly, that's any program, really. I'll say. It's just like a very overwhelming UI, is all. Whoops. Nope, I want this one. Give me this view, orthographic. Like, squim shit in. What if I choose this? Oh, but I kind of like that middle.
I live with my mistakes. Honestly, that looks fine. It's working, I think. Maybe. But if I make this, like, gray and the top not gray, that work? Let's make each thing material. Material. New material. I don't know, like blue? Phoenix blue? Purple. Select the edge loop, press X and dissolve the edges. Delete loops. Okay. Will it leave like a seam on like connecting loops, if that makes sense? If I delete the edge loops, will it be like, okay, but this edge is still like two faces now? I don't know if that's a understandable issue. No. I want this, but okay. Oh, like no rough. How do you like my metal step ladder? Hmm? How do I color this? How do I color this? If you delete it, it will destroy the faces that created the edge, but if you dissolve it, the face will oh. Oh, okay. I like that. Thank you. Ooh, I don't like that. This looks like they used to make like spiral notebooks that remind me of this, where it was like a bunch of grids of like a bunch of like holographic 3D effects, kind of like the covers of the Guinness Book of World Records are. Does that make sense if I say that? One chromium stepladder, please. I need like a planner with that kind of wild pattern on the outside. Is it funnier if I just do it smooth shaded like that? It's definitely more interesting if I do. You too. You flat surface. I don't mind this. Also, again, though, my brain figured out how to do this by staring at. Oh shit! I just realized that the origin is like all the way down here. It doesn't matter. I figured out how to do this by staring at like old PlayStation and Wii graphic models, and like the idea just suddenly clicking in my mind of like, oh my god, it's like low poly, but it's like shaded smoothly. That's how they do it, and it's saving me so much time and effort because that's such like a no-brainer step for so many modelers. Like they don't include it in most models, and it's hard to explain what that effect is for you to ask what that is. How are they doing that? Step ladder. Now, does this hold up if like? First of all, is that what it's gonna look like? Or light? Yeah, that looks fine. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Oh, in the program, is it gonna make sense if it's thrown? Like, would we be able to differentiate the inside from the outside? I don't know how the lighting in tits is. It's very interesting. Because, say... I don't know. If I added... not a circle. I wanted to add a sphere. Sure, UV sphere. I said shade smooth.
let's give it a new metallic texture, right? If I said metallic roughness, it won't fully take on certain textures, but say this is how it looks in the preview right here, right? Where it's like, oh, like it has like a dynamic lighting sort of thing. The way it looks in tits is that the horizon is basically flat in the middle. So if I say had a sphere and it moved around, you really would not be able to tell that it's moving, because regardless if it goes up or down, the lighting effect does not change. So say, for example, I have this object and it is like tumbling around. You could tell that it's moving because like it's different angles, because it has so many different shapes to it. Its different angles are catching the light differently. But objects that are a lot simpler just will not change unless they're textured in a way. I don't know if I'm just kind of rambling on about it. I've been having issues trying to figure out how to light like spheres, like like a big pearl or an orb, you know? Like it looks great in program. Like an HDR, but nothing's there. Kinda, yeah. And I kind of get it. It's not such like a powerhouse program to register those. But I wish it was like, I wish I could change the lighting, you know? I wish I could tell it to catch more light. I wish I could tell it where the light source is coming from. I wish I could tell it I want the light source to come from the corner and not just like flat horizon does not change. Perspective. You know what? It's kind of like it's shaded like it's an isometric view, where like if I move it up and down, the thing is not changing regardless of where it is, as opposed to if I say was changing the angle, you could tell a bit more. It is like an isometric view. Not isometric. That's actually the opposite. What is this? What is like the flat view? It orthographic. It is an orthographic view camera. Probably something that comes baked in Unity or whatever they made it with. Yeah. Which, like, honestly, the program does so much already. You know, it's me nitpicking what I want. If I really wanted something that specific, I would, I don't know, go into Word or something, you know? There's other programs for it that have the features that I want. What if I don't want this? Is it just in there? Cool.
Anyway.
Ladder or step ladder. Let's see if sometimes metallic textures tend to be very hit or miss in tits. Like sometimes it'll do it, sometimes it won't. It's more likely to if I save it as a GLB file. Step ladder. Save file. Export as a GLTF2, I believe. It saves a lot more data in it. It does metallics pretty well. What are we gonna do for stepladder model? Gotta hide tits. Not that there's anything in the program that God damn it, that I don't necessarily want you guys to see, but rather there's like 10 billion test models that I've yet to delete. I never exported anything other than OBJ. Yeah, FBX is sort of like the more compact, simplified type of model, but it doesn't support a lot of the effects and nodes and shaders that some of the other model types do. This is a GLB. I think it's GLB. It's a GLTF2 is what it appears as sometimes. And that's why sometimes I have items that are a lot more shiny in the program, and that is because that is the model type. it catches a lot of metallics a bit better. It's not perfect, but it's workable. You know, I can make the adjustments. That rendering pipeline didn't exist when I learned Blender. Yeah. Alright, cool. Trigger manager. Trigger. I have so many triggers for each individual thing. Step ladder. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do... these all will be commands for now. Table all. Selected. These are gonna be like very specific secret Easter egg codes, you know? Collision with other items, collision with enter screen. Bigger strength because it's heavier, but slow speed. I don't know how big this thing is gonna be. Oh, that's a good size. Okay. And I turn tits back on. Alright. Exclamation point step ladder. If you know how to spell it. And you'll see that normally with FBX, it would lose all of the shine with it. It would look a bit more plasticky than it does like fake PS2 metal. You missed. How'd you miss? What are you doing, step ladder? But you can kind of see it kept that metallic edge to it. And this is how I do my throwable pipeline. Step ladder done. I wanted to make a lock too. I wanted to make the psych lock, but that would require me to do some texturing. Did not hit though. No, you could try again. There's no cooldown on it or anything. Oh, just ooh. Your throw's not very strong, I'm gonna admit there. You should put like a 12 vertex blob of fried rice in the wok. It'll hit the top. I think is it funnier if I leave it that it doesn't quite reach? Whoa! There you go. You got your practice in. What a good throw right there. Yeah. Christmas. This is not the vibes I came here for. There we go. Only took 3 times. You know, 3rd time's a charm. These models are so like fun and easy for me to do. I can make so many of them. They're simple. Nothing crazy. Get back in the ice, Maria. Mariah. I don't know why I read it as Maria. I missed the H at the end. Let's see. I would have like a little list of the things that I wanted to model. I got most of them done. I wanted to make some more lawyer specific ones, so I wanted to make the psych lock. I wanted to make Apollo's bracelet. I was gonna make Athena's amulet. Like a little widget. I didn't know if I wanted to make a set for the prosecutors. You know, I could. There's definitely some items I could do. I could do one for like Clavier and Godot, Francisca. What would Edgeworth's be? What would if Edgeworth had like a throwable that represented him as a character, what would it be? Because I think the prosecutor's badge is too broad. Like Phoenix has the Magatama and the Psych Lock. Gay. It's just gay. That's it.
His cravat. Would that make sense if I just, like, threw that in separate from everything else? I would. I just had a flashback of something we're gonna see in Trials and Tribulations. Ooh, ooh. I just had a real nice flashback. Hey, would be as throwable. What would that look like? Like that? What if I did Black Quill's bird? I should make low poly versions of all the animals. Oh wait, that would be actually really cute. Like I could do Missile, I could do Poly, I could do I can't name them right now. It's a little bit of spoilers. Does Edgeworth canonically, like in the game series, mention his dog? I don't remember. What's his dog's name? I don't remember. I think it's a girl. What about his ascot? That's the cravat. Yeah. I didn't know he had a dog until you mentioned it. I don't remember if it was actually uh it's mentioned here or there. He does like eventually adopt one at some point, and I think it appears in the anime. But uh I'm pretty sure that there's some tidbits about the lawyers that are sort of like, oh, the creator would headcanon that they have this, or it's like mentioned elsewhere. Like Apollo owning a cat. How goes the cube? We actually made some things. If you want to see them, do exclamation point overruled or exclamation point step ladder if you want to see him. But like Apollo Justice, like he has a calico cat. I think thank you. Excuse me, it's called a cravat. This is a joke, but every time we type Edgeworth, the BL book gets thrown. I mean, you can throw BL at me whenever Edgeworth appears. You know, it's okay. His dog is a Pomeranian named Missile. We got a couple of Missiles in the series. That makes sense. I believe that. Doesn't Missile have a girlfriend named Napalm? Am I misremembering that? I don't remember if this is a spoiler or not. That comes up later. But I feel like I remember Napalm. I already have the Yali Redeem. And Napalm and Missile sound like a hell of a power couple. Don't you just? Isn't it so cute when you and your significant other have matching nicknames? She shows up in the anime. Okay, I gotta catch up with the anime. I know it's basically just rewatching the case, but I would like to watch it. You know, just to see the interpretation of it. Like, I don't think I've even watched the openings. Except, no, that's a lie. I have seen a clip of the opening. Oh, thank you for showing me your badge. I've seen a clip of the anime opening where, like, isn't it like Edgeworth and Phoenix are like tied together or something? They're like chained together. Something of that sort. Also, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm not quite ending right now. I have an objective, which is we're just gonna raid into Petra when she goes live. I just saw the bloopers they posted on YouTube. That's right, they have like dub bloopers. I miss that era. I miss when like anime DVDs would come with dub bloopers. That was like such a common thing. Isn't that like 3 more hours? No, that's in like 10 minutes. I saw the bloopers, they're hilarious. Man, DVD special features are a lost art. DVD, I feel like DVD features in general are not as appreciated as they used to be. I feel like DVDs have lost their magical quality to them. No, it's 8 p.m. EST. We're East Coasters. That's in a few minutes. Which is why I thought like, oh, that's fine. Like my stream will be shorter. It'll line up okay. And then while we're at Petra's, I'll log into Final Fantasy 14. Or not. I have other things to work on too before I do. I'm excited to see Petra again. Yeah. Are you excited for her 3D model debut? That's what we've been calling it. But yeah, it's just sort of like a casual thing. We're not making too much of a big deal out of it. Just sort of, you know, transition over to a new era for her. Oh yeah. What happens if you get a bunch of voice actors in a room and allow them to be people? Looks at bloopers that. There's a lot of silly old bloopers that I love.
Oh, is my phone not plugged in? Cool.
In my opinion, how people look doesn't matter. I come for the good vibes the streamer brings. Yeah. I think it's not necessarily how people look is what matters. It's the fact that sometimes in the especially VTuber space, people are more inclined to stick to watching VTubers than people who, you know, use their real faces. Like some people are in it for the models, if that makes sense. Start thinking about what we're gonna raid into Petra with. We're gonna go in pretty early when she's still in her like going live soon screen probably, but like think of what we want to say when we go in. Sometimes people will be like face reveal when they'll say that, but like then they'll leave once the face reveal happens. Like the magic is lost. It happens. Hi Jeff. Hello. Jeff, type exclamation point step ladder. Wasn't a very good throw. You kind of missed a little bit short there. It's okay, it's heavy, I get it. Maybe the arrows for part of me talking, but I care more about what someone says, or does, than what they look like. Sometimes there are streamers out there that don't have a thing at all. Oh. You threw that from pretty far away. Oh. Look at that. Look at that solid throw right there. I don't know. I don't wanna start a new one in case I get lost in the sauce and start doing too many details on it. What do you want? All right. Shout out something I can model in low poly in the next like 5 minutes. Oh, you got it like a cool angle there. There's one thing I'm good at. It's overruling objections. Cube. Done.
You guys want to see something cool? Taurus. Are you guys ready? Taurus! Ready? Are you ready? Donut hole! I meta. A D6 with the numbers? Oh god. Can the D6 be made up of like a bunch of little donut circles? That's where you put a marble so you could spin it around. Oh! I wish I was good at working physics. This is what happens when a cartoon character pulls up an umbrella and a bomb falls on them. Yeah, they're like standing in the middle. That's well, it would be like a little bit more, Ooh, it doesn't like that. It's so many polys. It looks a bit more like this then, right? Where you can see like the inside of the cliff. Housemate walked in my room. I had Kay Edgeworth pull up for a funny. Well, now you have to get them to play the entirety of the Ace Attorney series to cover it up. They have to understand that what the origins are. If I say apply, ooh, it does not happy with that. How do I say like, hey, turn this into liquid? How do I give this like a soft body? Oh, oh, it's just floating there. Why? Is it too soft? Is your body too soft? I didn't like that. Okay, no soft body. What if I want to turn you into a fluid? Outflow geometry? I don't know what any of this is. Okay, that does nothing. Not fluid. Cloth? Let's go. Let's go. Collapse? Collapse into the hole? It's thinking about it. It fell. I forgot to tell it that this cube is a solid object. How do I do that? How do I tell that it's like a collision? Not collision? A procedural? No. Yes. Rigid body? Oh, here it is. Okay, rigid body. Passive? How do I tell it that not to fall? I'm scared that if I hit play, it's gonna just make the thing fall. Also, this has... Oh, I already, like, merged the modifier. Okay, this thing is, like, too many... Object. Add. Mesh. Of course. Okay. Back to, like, the lower poly one, so it doesn't scream at me. Oops. Hello? Dude, I don't know. Yeah, like, it's just gonna fall. How do I tell it to not fall? I'm sure it's somewhere. Mass? 0? No, I don't want it to fix. Can I lock it? I don't know. Because I need to give it... The rigid body sounds correct. I'm just gonna Google it. Blender rigid body. Don't fall. Rigid body floor. Let me see if this guide has like a thing saying you're seeing this person time I checked, we were roasting pain. What happened? Oh, are we blending pain? Will it blend? I should call my blender streams Will It Blend. If that isn't like already taken. Okay, Blender Rigid Body Simulation Guide. Sure. We got a minute. Open a new scene in Blender, add a plane, and move below the cube. Scale plane, set 10 size, go to cube. Go to physics tab. Okay, wait. Select the cube, go to the physics tab in the properties panel. Select rigid body. Select the plane, go to the physics tab in the properties panel. Click rigid body, change the type from passive to active. But this is active, currently. Okay, let's put a rigid body on the donut. What if I hit passive then? Is it... Oh, it crashed. It didn't like that. It crashed. I think that's the sign that we have to start going. It did not like that. Granted, it's expected, because I am running like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 programs right now, not including Blender. I think one of my favorite Will It Blends episodes will be the one with the glow sticks. That is a good one. Well, thank you so much for coming to my stream until everything died. I'll learn physics. I want to do silly physics things when my computer won't explode. I think it's worthwhile. You know when you're studying for something and suddenly you have to get up and leave and do literally anything else? Yeah. F. Can we get some exclamation point step ladders in chat? Oh, that was a good throw. Oh, overruled. Oh, it did reach me. I love this, like, coconut. Ah! You guys are getting good at throwing. Woo! Oh, thank you for the Choco Tacos. Bank shot. Alright, let me pull up. Yeah. Ooh. Ah! Alright. We'll have this ready. It goes. Did we pick out a raid message that we wanted to do? Oh, the autopsy report. Ignore that it says autopsy backwards. I don't know how to fix that. Oh, thank you. Oh, wow. Oh, so, speaking of your channel points, how many channel points you guys got? I actually have to ask. I'm curious. How many? Oh, thank you for the yowie. How many channel points do you guys have? Oh, I caught that. You didn't see it, but I definitely caught that. Oh. My mods don't count. My mods don't... Jeff? Okay, I was gonna say. Oh, goodness. That's quite the range. I have not been saving, and that's perfectly okay. But if hypothetically, next week,
I do a silly little stream event week. Yeah? Where I have you guys do a community goal for channel points. I don't need a dump. I just want to see how badly you guys want, you know, some stuff I have planned. A million fucking beans, y'all. I just didn't want to know if, like, oh, like, I have too lofty of a goal and we wouldn't make it because you guys like to spend your beans, you know? It does cap at 2K per person. That's very true. Full of beans! Me and the boys looking for beans at 2 a.m. Community goals are a good place to put them. I haven't had one in a while. But yeah, I have some things planned. Ooh, you guys want like a preview? You guys want like a preview of the things I have planned? Close that, because Blender's not open anymore. Me and the boys at 3 a.m. looking for beans! There's a channel point thing for that. Not a channel point thing, there's a bits redeem for that. Cause like say I have some things that I wanted to you know, set up towards the end of this month, right? Oh, thank you for the beaker. Where's my little doodles? Where is it? Yeah, because, like, what if I had some, like, sketches, right? Canned beans! Right. What if I had some, like, sketches that, like, you know, if you got the channel points finished, I would make merch out of these sketches. You know, would you guys like that? Places are pretty cursed. Like these beans? This is something that I did not give myself enough time to finish. And again, it is the year of being unbothered. You know, I want to show it off one way or another and then come back to it if I'm really passionate about having it finished. But I'm November, December, January, February, like 3 months off of when I initially had this ready and still not finished. Would you guys be interested? Everyone save your beans. Oh, there's something kind of fun coming up. There's, you know, there's some exciting things. No promises. Mayhaps perchance, mayhaps perchance. It's not November all over again. I'll figure out what I'll do for, like, the theming of the actual event itself, you know? Wait, I just got back! Zuchi, next week I'm holding a little, event. Who's this handsome bean? I don't know. It's kinda good looking, though. Bit mean, but I'm sure he's fine, right? I got some last minute stuff to cook up for the most, scuff possible setup for this thing. Is this what you showed to Doinkus during their stream? I've shown a couple people the sketches for this, because this design has been around for a while. Got a star in his throat, it looks like. I wonder what that could be. Anyway, I got scuff video, scuff model. I have this rigged. And then we got scuffed merch, possibly, if you guys get the goals. And then again, sub. Not gift sub, but sub if you would like to see my old... Gosh, I was in elementary school. Art from the 2000s. My digital art. Yeah, that's kind of it. I really have nothing else planned. I don't have any, like, special, like, streamathon or thing. No, this horse is visible. The only thing I could think of is that he had a Lanner's cancer and had to have it removed. You know, maybe he's just got a little something stuck in his throat. Alright. What's our fun little message? What's our fun little raid message? Fuck is the fox orb? What are we gonna say hi to Petra with? We could be a bit unhinged if we want. It's Petra. Simpant? like simp not? Write us down bad. I do like that. Unfortunately, the BL emote is a bit limited. Throw that step ladder. I kind of like throw that step ladder. If you could pair up throw that step ladder with whatever emote. Throw. Oh, what? Wait, what you got? What you got? What's up, Game Lycanon? What epiphany do you have? That's a human being! I'm gonna get ready. In comes Sun with a step ladder! Okay, either throw that step ladder. That's not my step ladder, that's my real ladder. Alright, throw that step ladder, or in comes Sun with a step ladder. Copy one of those. You know, if you don't have my emotes, feel free to use your channel points to unlock my emotes. Use Petra's emotes. Use whatever emotes you like. You don't have any of them above? Use the Global Dorito emote. Alrighty. I love you guys very, very much. We're gonna say hi to Petra. Be nice to Petra. You better only say good and nice things to my cousin, because I love her very dearly. You know, call her cute. And ignore any scuff that happens. We did our best. Alright, I'll see you guys. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Good night.